Seat. Ready? Okay. Κύριε Αντιπρόεδρε, κύριοι Πρόεδροι, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, αγαπητοί φίλοι, εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, καλώς ήλθατε στην δεύτερη.
Welcome to day 2 of this conference on peace and sustainable growth. Co-organized for the first time by the Tsipras Institute and the Zoran Zaev Foundation. Yesterday, we had a very successful day, and today we have planned with 4 sessions. We will start with the first. Please, Ms. Kaki Bali, who is a journalist with Avgi newspaper. The title is Geopolitical Developments and the Role of International Organizations in Crisis Management and in securing peace. Please keep your time limits so that we do not exceed the time at our disposal.
A very special panel now with very different people coming from the important international organizations and the global south, although it's not very south. And so I am calling Mr. Margaritis Chinas from the Commission to come. Mr. Huberto Costa from Brazil. Mrs. Elina Mangova from North Macedonia and the International Republican Institute. Mr. Theodoros Roussopoulos, an ex-colleague, I must say that, from the Council of Europe. Mr. Basir Kouri from Palestine. And Menelos Menelau, oh God, forgive me, Menelos Menelau, from Cyprus. It's very hot, you see, and this temperature must let us think about climate change. We didn't forget the pandemic. We cannot forget the war in our neighborhood. We have Mr. Kouri coming from one of the 2 wars in our neighborhood. We don't forget the challenges in the Balkans. Elena is here from the Balkans. I mean, we are also in the Balkans. Don't forget that. And so I am expecting from this panel to deal with these challenges, tell us how they work, the representatives of the international organizations, how they work to deal with these challenges, with wars, crisis, peace, and all the others to tell us what they expect from these international organizations. It would be very nice, I would really admire it if you talk to each other and not talk a monologue, everybody for his part of the world. So let's start. The one commission is going, the next commission is coming, but the problems are there. What do you expect that you should do the next 5 years? The commission is going to do the next 5 years to deal with all the problems sitting here.
Thank you, dear Zoran, President Nimitz, Πρόεδρε. Θα μου επιτρέψετε να μιλήσω στα ελληνικά όπως κάθε φορά που...
I will allow me to speak in English as I do every time that I take the floor in my home country. Today, among other things, we have the prophecy of Nostradamus that on the 18th of June we will experience the end of the world. So we must be swift. We need to finish the panel in time. So 3 things I'd like to say about our role in the coming years during this critical point in time when one cycle is being completed and another one is starting. Very often when we are on the planes, they tell us that if something happens, we need to first put our own oxygen mask before we start helping others. So the European Commission has first and foremost to deal with its own failures. And in coming years, we need to take to make the effort, to have the courage to correct what is not right. We have done this with Ukraine, with the pandemic and many other things, but the 5 coming years will be equally demanding. Defense, security, the European economy and resilience, our dependency on the Russian oil and gas, the fight not to lose out in the technological developments and clean tech, etc. So we need to improve ourselves in order to be able to help others. The second thing that we have to do, and I want to spell it out very clearly. Europe is never going to give up on its commitment for a multilateral world. We are in favor of multilateralism and a rules-based multilateralism and not a multilateralism that we interpret it in different ways depending on what we like. We are unwavering in that, and we will continue to be unwavering. During the Trump 4 years, we were the ones that went on. The Americans moved away from multilateralism, and we were alone. We will not lose this objective. We will persevere, and it is much more important to achieve this now because along with the geopolitical difficulties that we are experiencing, Europe is emerging as the power of good that provides solutions. And 4 of our member states will be UN Security Council members. France, Greece, Denmark, and Slovenia will be sitting at the very central table of the multilateral governance. The third and last example of how we are going to be working in these areas. And I will mention 3 geographical areas. First of all, Ukraine. Europe is going to stand by Ukraine, and in whatever it takes, as Draghi says. Even if we are there on our own, we will stand by them, because what is happening there is not only a fight for security, but for the prevalence of a democratic and social model, opposition to the will of the most powerful. And if we do not manage that, we will play a cost in the Baltics, in Poland, and hopefully not in the Balkans. And every time that Europe played like Chamberlain, has paid a high price. Every time that we have played as like Churchill, then we have won. In Ukraine, we are going to be there even the day after. And I believe that this is not going to be delayed. There was some decision taken in the meeting in Switzerland, and we are going to support. Europe is going to undertake a very important part of Ukraine's reconstruction. And secondly, we are going to provide a credible prospect to Ukraine to become a member of the EU. Coming to the Middle East, Europe, let us remind ourselves, was in the Middle East long before the 7th of October. Our friends, the Palestinians, will remember that. We were there when nobody else was there. The US had left a long time ago, but Europe was still there. We continue with the humanitarian assistance during this explosion in the Middle East, and we are going to be there again afterwards, both for the reconstruction and to promote a two-state solution. Of course, a prerequisite for that, and I will be listening with interest to the Palestinian minister, is that the Palestinian people should decide swiftly and credibly on how they want to be governed, what is the model that they prefer. Only if we know that can we really help them. Last thing about the Global South. There is an asymmetric situation here. I have traveled across the Global South everywhere. I see among the young people, women, the civil society, that they have a passion and interest for Europe. For all these peoples, Europe is a model for democracy, of open society, of human rights, etc. But at the same time, I see that the governments are a bit suspicious of Europe. That is the governing elites. And I wonder why the governing elites are suspicious towards Europe when the peoples are looking towards Europe. And this is something of a concern for us. I'm not sure that the responsibility is all ours. Maybe it's not. Voila, as we say in my part of the world, this is what I had to say. So let us now proceed with the representative of the next international organization, Mr. Roussopoulos, from the Council of Europe.
I will follow Margarita's example. It would be strange to speak in another language. I hope the interpreters can catch up because they often blame me for speaking too fast. I will pick up from where Kaki left off when she first extended an invitation. I've been a journalist for almost 25 years, and it's been another 24 years. The reason why I'm mentioning that is because I wish the Institute all the best. It's off to a great start, and I hope everything will work out just fine. But let me also share one of my concerns, which also concerns what we are talking about here today. So quite often, instead of talking about the substance of things, we are sticking to the surface. I read a lot of publicity and articles about who's taking part in these meetings, because they might be opponents of Alexis, Tsipras, and there was a lot written about how dare you or someone else shows up, and others might say this is a strange alliance. What is this all about? So instead of discussing the fact that this is innovative and it means a lot for public debate, people stuck to the publicity. This is also pertinent to the European election outcome, although at first glance there's no connection. But then again there is, because a whole discussion has started which focuses mostly on what's happening domestically in Greece and in other countries. Prior to the election that was also the case. So people are focusing on the clashing between political parties instead of focusing on the big issues that concern the whole of the European family, the whole of the continent. But let me cut to the chase and the essence of this talk, because if I go on like that, then I will unfortunately unfortunately be falling into the trap of those that I criticize. Now I'm wearing a pin. It says 75. I'm not 75 years old, but this is the Council of Europe. It is 75. It's turning 75. So it was established 75 years ago. The Council of Europe has a strong presence in the European arena. Let me remind you that Adenauer, de Gasperi, Churchill, Henry Spark, and other European leaders, these were the people that came up with the idea of a united Europe back in 1949, almost at this time of year. That was when they embarked on the creation of the Council of Europe, and the objective thereof was three issues, or three things: democracy, human rights, and state of law. By combining all three, I am indirectly and then directly responding to the question about what the Council of Europe is doing when it comes to the major issues that we are dealing with in these times and in this region. So if we take things one by one, and if we touch on each and every issue that the Council of Europe has been working on over the past 2 years and the last few months, definitely we have to mention Russia and Ukraine. The COE, the Council of Europe, is the first organization that, maybe it's the only, that kicked out Russia. And I know that there were some who were worried about the fact that we kicked out Russia even at the level of the ambassadors, the Committee of Ministers, that is the Council of Europe, that is the 46-7 then. 46 or 7 ambassadors. This is a council where decisions are making. I am the president of the 612 MPs or deputies from 46 countries. There were many amongst the 46 who had reticence. They were not really happy about kicking out Russia. But my dear fellow Greeks, we're now talking about the substance and the essence of the Council of Europe and how it sets the example. Back in 1969, you see, the Council of Europe was the one that kicked Greece out of his ranks. And Greece was the very first country to be kicked out of the Council of Europe, ever. And there are some older than me who remember. And those who fought the junta at the time, the dictatorship in Greece, probably recall, and even if they don't remember, they have certainly read about it and they were told about it. And I'd like to think that the collective memory of the Greek generations also remembers all that. Back then, there was a breath of optimism as a result of the fact that we kicked out of the Council of Europe. It was like someone who was very far away in Alsace, in Strasbourg, still was listening to the agony of the Greeks who were having a hard time under the yoke of the generals, the military junta. They knew that there was some reaction there, and indirectly this is all about the frequent question that we are asked about what we're doing. Quite often people blame us of just drafting reports. It's true, we are drafting reports, but there's value and less value to these reports. There's added value when there is a report that touches on how good or not so good a country is doing when it comes to the state of the law or the human rights. Quite often, rather, let me state that the reports we draft are not drafted instantaneously. They are not drafted overnight. People, our deputies, go on site in the field to draft the reports. We are also are the ones who elect the Human Rights Tribunal judges, the panels of judges, and we are talking about a tribunal that tries people who are also active in members of the Council of Europe who are fighting for justice or human rights, and the decisions that are made which brings me to Ukraine. We have taken specific actions and steps. I will not tire you or exhaust you with a long list of the actions we've taken, but the first of these was to record the damages, to take stock of the damages and the losses. Only last Thursday I was in Geneva. I met the president of the Red Cross and another 60 people who are looking for the 19,500 registered children who have been kicked out of the Ukraine, and we don't know where exactly they are. We don't know where and how many we have tracked down, or rather we've only managed to track down 200 children out of this number. This is a very small figure. If we go about our business this way, it will take us 55 years to find all the missing children. And the third thing we've been working on is the whole idea about the International Tribunal. I'm not going to stick to that. The Council of Europe was based on this idea. In the beginning, there were many who were objecting to that. Now there are many who are saying, in the absence of another way, maybe we have to bring people to justice, meaning that we have to bring to the International Tribunal the people who caused the war in Ukraine. Another issue it's pertinent to Azerbaijan. Only last January, I'm talking about the wider region and the relevant issues, definitely the issues that the Council of Europe, the COA, is working on. So in January, we did not approve the credentials of the whole delegation, the Azeri delegation, because there are many prisoners there, and back then I was in charge of the Immigration Committee, and Nagorno-Karabakh, we were not allowed to go there. We were not allowed to go to Latsin Corridor, where there was a penitentiary. A very famous activist was incarcerated there, and a few days ago he was liberated, and he is now placed under house arrest. This was confirmation of the fact that we are not going to put up with such attitude on the part of its members, and that's why we took the harsh step of kicking out the Azeri delegation from our meetings. And a third issue, which is even closer to home, it's Kosovo. The Council of Europe decided, despite the reactions and opposition of some, the Parliamentary Assembly, that is, of the country of Europe, with a majority vote of 88%, decided that Kosovo fulfills all the prerequisites in order to become a member of the COE. Let me remind you that any country whatsoever which wishes to join the European Union first, has to join the COE, meaning that it endorses and has adopted the Human Rights Charter and the relevant conventions that have been signed by the Council of Europe. The Ministerial Committee did not include on its agenda this particular item, so we will be looking forward to eventually putting it on its agenda in order to discuss whether Kosovo will join the Council of Europe, and if next it's going to take a European path towards accession, that is. This is encompassed in a report about the Western Balkans, which was presented 2 years ago by George Papandreou. On this occasion, let me tell you that we have an exceptional delegation at the Council of Europe. We have two former ministers, Alexis, Tsipras, George Papandreou, former ministers, including Dora Bakoyanni, who is in charge of the Council's delegation of Greek deputies, Evripidis Delianidis, Yannis Economou, Miss Siregela, Iliana Kaneli from the Communist Party of Greece, and many other esteemed peers. So the issue of Kosovo, the issue of the Western Balkans, was handled by George Papandreou, who drafted this report 2 years ago, and Dora Bakoyannis, who is an expert on Kosovo since she was the rapporteur of the Council of Europe, meaning that she drafted the report. She introduced the prerequisites in order for Kosovo to proceed duly towards accession. Which brings us to Israel and Palestine, of course. As of day one, as of the first moment when the fight begun, that is the meaning that the Council of Europe took a public stance. We talked about Hamas. We described it as a terrorist organization. And on the other side, especially lately, I've made at least 3 public statements saying that this can't go on any longer. The attack, the way it's happening, is having a huge toll. That's the lives of people, thousands of civilians, innocent victims, including children. It can't go on like that. Last but not least, there is Cyprus. What can one say about Cyprus? Resolutions at the level of the UN Security Council comes to mind. Recently, when I had a meeting with Mr. Guterres in New York, I told him, you know what, sir, we in Greece and Cyprus, we unfortunately are starting to lose trust in the UN, because there's been decades and decades of various resolutions that have produced no outcome whatsoever. But then again, in order for me to be straightforward with you, I believe that in my position, quite often, since I am part of an international organization, there are many who think you have huge power, but then again, it's not that huge as one might imagine. I'm not making excuses for anyone. I'm sure you will be referring to the Cypriot issue then. But when it comes to the Council of Europe, let me just say that next week we are going to discuss the report drafted by Piero Fassino on Famagusta. It's a report drafted by a left-wing deputy. This is a report about what the global community has done and how it's dealt with the Cypriot issue so far and what scope there is for the Council of Europe. By way of conclusion, let me state that even if someone says that you are just sitting there at the level of international organizations and you're just observers, you're just watching, even at this accusation, I would reply with the example that I gave you before, the example of Greece and what it's doing, meaning that whenever it was necessary to do so, the Council of Europe was always there. It undercut a dictatorship, and it back then in 1969 made many Greeks feel optimistic and they expected as a result thereof that there come a day when they would breathe fresh air, democratic air. This is what we're doing. We are highlighting each and every one of the issues at hand. Sometimes we're more successful, sometimes we're less successful. We are elected deputies by a national, by the people. We represent a total of 700 million citizens, and there's 612 deputies at the Council of Europe. We are fighting our own struggle in order for us to make a difference, to change as much as we can what is not good at the region. One of the big challenges that we are facing with, but I know we don't have any more time, is a challenge that touches on one of the three pillars of the Council of Europe, meaning the trunk, the core, the heart of democracy. And I'm referring to autonomy, which, according to many who have worked in this field, and we are the international global institution that came up with an international convention of the Council of Europe. So we are talking about autonomy because of or due to the unreasonable, uncontrolled use of AI. We managed to have many governments sit around the same table representing many different countries in order to draft the very first convention on AI. And hopefully there will come a time when we will be closely working together with big corporations, those big companies that provide AI programs and platforms, in order for us to use the tool and not the weapon, as some might or would like to do. Let's make sure that we protect the autonomy of citizens who would like to live under democratic circumstances.
It should be another panel about that next year.
Okay, I'll be there, I hope.
Yes, it's really a very...
if not being replaced by AI machine, I don't know.
I don't believe that in 1 year, but in 2, perhaps you're right. Mr. Bashi Kouri, you heard both speakers talking about how they see the war in Palestine. What are you expecting from them? If you're expecting something from them?
Well, definitely much more than what we've seen from them. But anyway, I would like to start by thanking the Alexis Tsipras Institute for the invitation to me to be with you today to celebrate a peace-building moment in the history of the Balkans. It took 2 courageous leaders, and we have with us today one of them, they were both left-wing leaders, left-leaning leaders, thinking outside the box to achieve this breakthrough. It is in many ways reminiscent of the peace breakthrough that was achieved in our region by Arafat and Rabin. Unfortunately, Rabin was subsequently murdered by right-wing extremists, some of whom are now in the Israeli government. It is important to highlight that to achieve this historical moment, we Palestinians made major concessions. We accepted the state of Palestine to be only on 22% of the historic land of Palestine. Palestine's official position, I was just thanking you and commenting what accomplishments you made in the agreement for North Macedonia. So, Palestine's official position is that we denounce violence and the use of force. We adopted a strategy based on firm belief in international law, international norms, and a rule-based international order. Thus, President Mahmoud Abbas' administration uses the opportunity opened to us Palestinians by the Oslo Accords to build the framework and institutions of the State of Palestine. Although under occupation, but nonetheless a state recognized by the overwhelming majority of the countries of the world. Recently, 4 European countries recognized the State of Palestine, and we look forward for Greece joining what we term this coalition for peace. As firm believers in international law, we went ahead and joined the various treaties which constitute this rule-based international order. Throughout history, there has been numerous dark forces who believed in the annihilation of others. They believed so instead of coexistence among the different ethnic and racial groups, resulting in more than the fair share of injustice for the world's civilian populations. We hoped that these forces were stopped in the wake of the previous genocide against the Jews and other ethnic and dissenting voices in the wake of World War II. That genocide, as you all know, was stopped by the Allied defeat of the Nazis and the fascists and other racist ideologies. The world pledged never again and instilled a rule-based international order on the basis of international treaties and conventions. I would like to emphasize the fact that the conflict in our region was not born on October 7th. Palestinians have been on the receiving end of, in a relentless way, for almost a century. What is extremely disturbing is that the world is now only awakening to our tragedy. Unfortunately, Israel believes it can do what it pleases with full impunity. A case in point is Netanyahu's address to the UN days before October 7th, in which he held a map of Israel, which included the complete territory of the state of Palestine. This simply passed with no condemnation, no outcry. We didn't hear much from the world on this. The horrendous events taking place in occupied Palestine moved South Africa to take action against Israel in the ICJ. The court has 3 resolutions, one stating that there is plausible, and I underline the word plausible, genocide taking place. The second called for unimpeded access for humanitarian aid to stop the famine, which is now taking hold in Gaza. And the third ordered Israel to stop the invasion of Rafah and allow international observers access to report on the situation in Gaza. Unfortunately, Israel refuses to abide by these rulings, as has been the case with countless UN resolutions over the last 70 years. A case in point is Israel's relentless attack on agencies, on UN agencies, particularly UNRWA, the largest and in many instances, the only agency supplying a lifeline for us Palestinians. The rule of law is further threatened by threats and attacks made on the ICC and the intimidation of its staff. Countries signatories to the Rome Statutes, such as Greece, have the responsibility to ensure justice is served, regardless of race, religion, or economic power. Such acts against the ICC are extremely alarming and must be outright condemned. The ICC must be supported and continuously encouraged in its pursuit of justice. We cannot have double standards. If the ICC is good for Putin, it is also good for all other war criminals. It is important to realize that the word plausible would not have been used by the ICJ had the court not seen evidence pointing to an actual genocide taking place. Thus, it is only a matter of time before the ICJ will rule that a genocide did take place. As per international law, and I would like to highlight this strongly, as per international law, all have the legal responsibility to stop genocide. It is extremely disturbing that the West is not performing its duty and thus risks being seen as an accomplice and risk being seen as aiding and abetting to genocide when this ruling is out. Time is running out on the civilian population of Palestine, particularly in Gaza. This is an urgent call for action.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I'll give the floor. Θα δώσω το λόγο στον κύριο Μενέ.
I will now give the floor to Menelaos Menelaou so as to take it up from there. From this, as of now, a humanitarian corridor is starting from Cyprus towards Gaza. Is this enough? Is it in operation? Can there be something else?
Εδώ είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά και τιμή για εμένα, όπως και το να μοιράζομαι το πάνελ με εκλεκτούς συνομιλητές. Θερμές ευχές στο Ινστιτούτο Αλέξη Τσίπρα και στο Ίδρυμα του κυρίου Ζάεφ. Να πω καταρχήν, πριν απαντήσω στο ερώτημα σας, ότι στην Κύπρο, ως μια χώρα η οποία και ήδη αντιμετωπίζει ένα πολιτικό πρόβλημα, έχουμε πλήρη και συνεχή αίσθηση των ιδιαιτεροτήτων της εποχής και του γεγονότος ότι διανύουμε περιόδους στις οποίες το βασικό χαρακτηριστικό είναι η αστάθεια, η βεβαιότητα. Και ακριβώς για αυτόν τον λόγο θεωρούμε ότι πρέπει να είμαστε διαρκώς σε εγρήγορση, πρέπει να διατηρούμε συνεχώς την προσοχή μας στη μεγάλη εικόνα και ταυτόχρονα τη δέσμευσή μας στο διεθνές δίκαιο, στη διεθνή τάξη η οποία στηρίζεται σε κανόνες, τη δέσμευσή μας στην εξέβρεση πολιτικών λύσεων, στην ύπαρξη πολιτικών διαδικασιών εντός του πλαισίου το οποίο διαμορφώνει το διεθνές δίκαιο, να είμαστε ενεργητικοί, όχι παθητικοί, να απαλλαγούμε από την ψευδαίσθηση ότι μπορεί να υπάρχουν παγωμένες συγκρούσεις. Το έχουμε δει, το πιο χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα είναι αυτό το οποίο συμβαίνει αυτή τη στιγμή στη Μέση Ανατολή, όπου για ένα μεγάλο χρονικό διάστημα μπορεί να είχε επικρατήσει μια αίσθηση ότι η κατάσταση είναι εντάξει έτσι όπως είναι, με την απουσία κάποιας πολιτικής προοπτικής.
Because there were no political prospects, there were no political procedures, and unfortunately there was a tragic outcome after October 7. So you see, things can unfold in an unpleasant manner when situations are left to or within the scope of inertia. So within this context, generally speaking, but also bearing in mind the specificities of the region, and also taking into account the fact that we are faced with a political issue ourselves, we are acting and working within or based on a spirit which is governed by the conviction that we need to do everything we can, with everything that's within our power in order for us to pitch in and contribute to shaping positive perspectives and prospects to the extent that we can for ourselves and also for others, if we can help others in the region. Meaning that we would like to be thought of as a country that does not come to the limelight just revolving around the problem of its own and focusing there. We would like to be seen as a country that is looking for positive outlets, that's looking for positive outcomes and solutions. We as a country wish to play a role in that direction, meaning a direction of shaping and creating positive politics, a positive political agenda, positive political developments. In that context, Cyprus has gone a long way in recent years. For instance, Cyprus managed to have trilateral cooperation schemes involving its neighbors, including Greece, Israel, Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan, and other neighboring countries. Moreover, we have made agreements for the delineation of our maritime zones with Israel, Lebanon, Egypt, and most definitely each and every time Cyprus pitches in every way it can, it contributes as much as it can in order for it to be useful whenever there's need for crisis management in the region. The way we've also done recently, we have kicked off an initiative recently which is materializing, and indeed it's important in terms of humanitarian aid that has been transported from Larnaca, Cyprus, to Gaza. This is the outcome of teaming up with the US and the EU, that is the government of Cyprus is working together with other important players and actors in the region. This initiative of ours is acting in a complementary manner. We are not competing with any other initiative, and of course we are complementing all other channels that are providing humanitarian aid and assistance to people in Gaza through Jordan and Egypt. And we will definitely continue that way. And at the same point in time, we're always conscious of the fact that the humanitarian aspect of the crisis that the Middle East is being faced with is a very important thing. It's an important need that needs to be tackled. And at the same point in time, what's needed in order to be able to look forward to stability and circumstances of safety and security is to reinvigorate a sense of prospects and perspectives for the future, for us to find a political way out, or else we will continue being faced with a situation where constantly we are getting negative developments happening and unfolding the whole time, the way we've been seeing and are seeing as we speak in Gaza. Cyprus will continue to act this way. It will continue to play this role. It will continue to contribute, and it will continue to see the situation through the same lenses as concerns itself too, in order to have positive prospects for the Cypriot issue to eventually overcome the current situation. After all, this is the only viable way to go forward, not just for us, but in our view, for everyone, all stakeholders for that matter. Thank you, says the moderator.
You see, Mr. Costa, we have a lot of non-frozen conflicts in our part of the world. How are you dealing with all these problems in the south? How are you looking at that?
Yeah. First of all, I would like to bring you the best greetings from the President Lula. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I thank you very much for the invitation. To me, to take part in this international conference on peace and sustainable growth. As President of the Social Affairs Committee of the Brazilian Senate, Vice President of the Standing Committee on Climate Change of the National Congress, Vice President of the Workers' Party, and the first Minister of Health in the first term of the President Lula, I would like to bring some ideas and considerations about the challenges we are facing in Brazil, in the South, and in the world. After a disastrous far-right government which attacked democracy, science, and the environment, spread hatred and disinformation, and attempt a coup d'etat, Brazil has overcome obscurantism and restored its democratic regime. Under President Lula, we gave the country legal stability, reestablished our ties with the international community, and regained our status as a global player shaken by the isolation of the necropolitics of the previous government. Foreign capital has returned to finance growth. We have launched a solid public investment program to boost the energy transition and sustainable development. We have lifted 25 million people out of hunger, and we are doing all this in perfect harmony with the environment, fighting devastation, and committed to achieving the goal of zero deforestation by 2030. In less than 2 years, Brazil has risen from the 13th in the world's economy to 80th, growing more than the United States and the European Union. And our goal is to soon become the 60th largest economy in the world. In the last year, we have risen 10 places in the press freedom ranking, according to Reporters Without Borders, the best position in the last decade, which shows the series of attacks that freedoms and guarantees were subjected to under the former neo-fascist government. As President Lula says, Brazil is back, and it's back to contribute to tackling the main global challenges based on an active and healthy foreign policy, marked by respectful dialogue with everyone, by the universalism that is a historic feature of our diplomacy. We want to play a leading role in the debate on sustainable development and combating climate change, which has been denied and neglected by the extreme right at the cost of high human, social, and economic price, as was evident in the tragedy we are still experiencing with extreme weather events that occurred in the Brazilian state of Rio Grande do Sul, where 2.5 million people were affected by storms and 175 died. Next year, in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, we will host COP30 in the city of Belém to reinforce our unwavering commitment to the environmental cause, as we have preached in the temporary presidency of the G20, of which Brazil now is the head. The environmental cause is increasingly playing a major role in the development of a new global geopolitics in which we need representative international organizations with effective mechanisms for action to respond to constant threats and fully ensure the maintenance of world peace. Brazil has returned to building paths with traditional partners such as the United States, China, and European countries, and has restored ties with the nations of Africa, which have regained priority in our foreign agenda. In fact, African countries are our partners in shaping the global South, in which our friends in Asia also participate. We are once again active in the BRICS and IBSA, a forum built together with India and South Africa, both focused on the needs of the global South. This year, we even expanded BRICS with the addition of 5 new members. Our understanding is that we can turn the bloc, whose rotating presidency we will assume next year, into a constructive force for reforming the international system and its institutions of economic and political governance, which show clear signs of fatigue, outdatedness, and low representativeness. Our idea is to give more voice and vote to developing countries, especially from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. President Lula has advocated with great emphasis a profound change, for example, in the United Nations Security Council, which needs to have new effective members to give it a plural character and lend legitimacy to its decisions, which are increasingly innocuous in terms of fulfilling their purposes. It is no longer possible that in the current scenario, so many nations are treated as peripheral, without a voice and without the power to vote or veto on issues that are sensitive to the world order, such as the war between Russia and Ukraine and the massacre of the Palestinian people by the extreme right-wing government of Benjamin Netanyahu. The delay by international organizations in providing swift and adequate responses to the enormous challenges of today's world puts democracies themselves at risk all over the planet. The spread of fake news and hate speech and the attacks on the rule of law articulated by a global new fascist movement require immediate action to prevent democracies from dying. Recently, we were in Washington together with the other Brazilian deputies and senators to talk to some US congressmen about the issue. We have signed a document open to new signatures in defense of democracy and the fight against the spread of fake news, disinformation, and hate speech on digital platforms, a practice that has become a business model, generating huge economic gains for some to the detriment of the law, the health of many citizens, and social peace itself. Together with civil society, the Brazilian state is working on proposals to regulate the digital environment that align the necessary technological development with imperatives of human rights, including privacy and the need to preserve the sustainability of journalism in the public interest. We cannot allow the integrity of our democracies and social sanity to be affected by the decisions of the few actors who currently control the platforms without any transparency. This is a struggle that must be taken up by all those who defend a world free of tyrannies. There is no way we can think about health and sustainable development in isolation from democracy and its values. During the pandemic, in fact, Brazil experienced what the denialism of an extreme right-wing anti-science and anti-vaccine government could promote by leading to the death of more than 700,000 human beings. We cannot allow such tragedies to happen again. That's why we need to come together to reform outdated international organizations, ensure the vitality of democratic regimes, and grow and develop in peace in a free, responsible, inclusive, and environmentally friendly way. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Costa. It's really very interesting to listen to what the antipodes are saying. Last but not least, and not because she's a woman, although there is a small problem with the gender also in this conference, in Greece generally. Mrs. Elena Mangova, I would like you to tell us how are you dealing from the Balkans, from North Macedonia, with these issues, and what do you expect of the big mother European Union, and especially when we have here a commissioner who is dealing with the European way of life? Are you waiting for this European way of life in North Macedonia?
Thank you, Mrs. Valley, and thank you to the organizers, Mr. Zaev and Mr. Tsipras, for the invitation. Just first, because it seems like I'm the only one coming from a non-governmental organization, just to give a context, a bit of introduction of the organization that I come from. So the International Republican Institute is an American organization based in DC. That works in developing countries in over 100 countries in the world. It was formed based on an idea on a call for action from US President Ronald Reagan when in 1982 at Westminster he called on freedom-loving nations to foster the infrastructure of democracy in the world. So this is where we see our mission and our work in all these countries. So following that call from President Reagan, the US Congress next year, with an act mandated the National Endowment for Democracy which was formed as a non-profit, non-governmental grant-making foundation to support democracy around the world, and with that the core institutes, the International Republican Institute, the National Democratic Institute, the Solidarity Center, and Center for International Private Enterprise, to foster, again, to say the infrastructure, which means to support development of multi-party systems, strengthen political parties, civil society, unions, etc. So we see our role largely and mainly as a preventive, and here they're there to help strengthen democracy from within. So I speak for but also for international non-governmental organizations who do the similar or similar type of work, in that we are there to help build the institutions and build the civil society, the political environment that hopefully will prevent eventually crisis or disputes. But of course, we are not politicians. The politicians have the most power, and we see our role as someone there not just to assess and the situation, but write reports as well. And we read your and other reports. We write also a lot of reports, but our main role is then to give advice and to help what afterwards. So in regards to what you asked about the situation in the Balkans, we are present in most of the countries in the Balkans, and we work with political actors in each of the countries. We also follow public opinion in each of the countries. As you mentioned, the support for European integration is still high. It goes from 68% in North Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina to 92% in Albania, with Serbia being the only outlier. And what you mentioned regarding, I want to read to make sure I read the numbers correctly. What is then now at stake is the belief of the people in the intention of the European Union to offer membership to the Western Balkan countries. So this is declining, of course. Being in the waiting lounge for so long, people lose hope. People do not see the intentions of the European Union to be serious. So they are the highest in Kosovo, from 62%, then Montenegro 59%, but then declining Albania 54%, and the lowest in North Macedonia with 34%, and Serbia with 30%. So the Commission here is always the most friendly ally in the European Union. For both the countries, the governments, but also for the civil society, and for us as international governmental organizations working to help also this European integration process, to help the prosperity of democracy in these countries. But the challenge for the European Union as a huge political union is great. If the situation continues as it is now, with too long waiting process for these countries, these numbers are going to grow, even in the most supportive countries. As we've been tracking public opinion, for example, in North Macedonia since the 2000s, and at that point, the support for European Union integration was 98%. Now it's at 62%. So it is a huge decline. And if this type of situation is experienced in the other countries as well, if they keep experiencing obstacles, it will start declining even more, even there. So again, people do hope and for the European way of life. That is why they want. Sometimes people ask me, how come they support people support European integration, but then they vote for a party maybe which is not going to openly lead the way towards the European Union. It's because that's where they see their hope. The distrust in the institutions is so high that people are expecting and wanting to join the European Union to ensure that there is someone who helps institutions how to be strong, how to deliver for citizens, and that way that they get the European standard of the life and the standard of the functioning of European institutions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mangova. So I must tell you have 10 minutes. Keep it in mind, 10 minutes. That means you have 1.5 to tell to somebody here. We will start with Mr. Curry. To somebody here, what do you want? 1.5. Be my guest.
Well, one of the comments that we heard about reforms that are needed in Palestine, I would like to say yes, reforms in Palestine are needed. And in this regard, also we are grateful for all the support, humanitarian support that has been received by Palestine. But I believe we have a much more critical issue that needs to be addressed. I don't speak to you now as an ex-Palestinian official. I don't speak to you as a businessman, industrialist, or for that matter, as a Greek Orthodox. I address you today as a humanist, as a simple human being. Unfortunately, the elephant in the room is not getting the needed attention. There is a relentless effort at building colonies, at ethnic cleansing, and now genocide. Again, I appeal to the humanity that I am sure is inside each one of you, that we cannot sit idle. You cannot sit idle. You need to be looking at yourself in the mirror and say, what am I doing to stop a genocide? If you cannot do it in action, at least do it with words. At least come up and say, enough is enough. I want to assure each one of you that we are resilient. Palestine will survive. We will stay in our land. Yes, the price is huge, but Palestine will be free. I conclude by thanking Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Zev for what you've done. You've showed Greece, North Macedonia, and the world that the impossible could become possible, and I can only hope and pray something similar will come our way. Thank you very much.
Περιμένω τα γρήγορα ανακλαστικά.
I'm looking forward to and waiting for Mr. Rousopoulos and his fast reflexes. October 11, 2023. The plenary of the Council of Europe discussed the situation in the Middle East, the escalation of violence, and appealed for peace. At the same time, it reprimanded Hamas. Back in April, there was a topical agenda discussed by the plenary as concerns humanitarian disasters in Gaza and the de-escalation or avoiding similar circumstances in the Middle East after Iran attacked Israel. There were many deputies, COE deputies, amongst them Tsipras, who said it's a disgrace to see what's happening in Gaza now. And they said that the military response of Israel will lead or led to mass displacement, destruction, and devastation, and also infrastructure, not just military facilities in Gaza. We asked for a permanent ceasefire and for efforts to restart, for a political solution to be found upon condition that there would be the unconditional release of hostages. We also asked for access to humanitarian assistance. We highlighted the fact that we would like members to stick to international law, international humanitarian law. We also asked for a repeat of the peace talks. This was what the 612 deputies asked for, and we said we're going to pick up our efforts and intensify our efforts in order to create any channel of communication whatsoever between the two sides. I'm sharing this because I previously said that even when we think, because this was right and it was said and to the point, my neighbor said, if you can't do something in practice, if you can't act, just speak out. And we are speaking out, and we are doing so during the meetings we had in October, in January, in April, and also next week. We have guest speakers who represent both sides. Sometimes they are more aggressive towards one another, or maybe they, sometimes rightfully so, ask for more action. There are times when there are certain spaces where there's an understanding between and amongst them, but it's not easy. It's anything but easy, but rest assured what the Council of Europe can do, it has done to the utmost. The next representative of a big international organization, our own home, if you will, a piece of thought. I hope you can hear me, says Mr. Schinas. Now I can hear you.
A thought about the European way of life, because I heard a joke that President Tsipras made yesterday. And a thought to my co-panelists. It was an honor for me to be responsible for the coordination of all the human-centric policies of the EU. Migration, public health, immigration, education, and youth. It was an honor both for me and for the country. And any attempt to think relativization because of the title of this portfolio is not worth it, because we are a society that we are the world champions of human rights, protection of women, jobs, young people. We have universal systems to protect health. We have educational, universal free education. We do not have the death penalty and many other things. And these are things that we do and others don't. Now, a few words about my friends with whom I share this panel. Starting from Cyprus, the European Union is the cornerstone of Cyprus. Any reunification of the island should rely on the fact that a united Cyprus should continue to be EU and Eurozone member. We should not agree to anything that is not compatible with the European acquis right from the start, and this is a guarantee. To my friend from Palestine, let me repeat what I said. Europe was in Palestine much long before the 7th of October, and we continued to be there when others had left. We are still there with Amalthea and the UNRWA humanitarian assistance, and we are going to be there during the day after to support the two-state solution and the new start. To our friend from North Macedonia, let me tell you that we were late in this enlargement appointment, but we will make it in the end. We will be there, of course, under the condition that you should not be late this time around, because the ball is now again on your court. And a thought for Brazil. I believe President Lula is a cornerstone of what we were discussing earlier, a multilateral world and the global south, and I still remember when he was leaving the presidency, he said that Brazil is an island of rationality in an ocean of madness, and this is how I would like to conclude. Thank you. Mr. Menelao. My first comment is that I fully agree with what was said, that for the fact that the prospect of the reunification of Cyprus is a result of being an EU member, and that is why we are able to look forward the reunification. And three more comments. We want a universal and not selective approach to rights, and what we now need more than ever is more multilateralism, not unilateralism. There are no frozen conflicts, but there are conflicts which grow sour, and the only way forward is the road to shape the situations in order to bring all interests together so that we can proceed all together, and not a road of a unilateral approach. We will take 2 more minutes. Elena, you have the floor.
Well, the last comment I would address, because on the panel there are most of the representatives come from important international organization in the European Union. I would provide a comment which is a bit off the line of discussion, and it is the international organizations, primarily governmental, but then also non-governmental, are the leaders and the key bearers of international assistance and development aid in the world. And that infrastructure of assistance is a key element that feeds building democracy, maintaining peace, and then also in situations of crisis, managing crisis. But there is an increasing attitude, which, first of all, in the international assistance has always been that there is a project-based view on resolving problems. And this project-based view is also, to some extent, transferring to the political narratives. And I believe this leads the discussion and the approach to international assistance a bit to be too bureaucratized and too administrative and too project dependent. And I think we should all understand that peace is not a project. Democracy is not a project. They are processes. They require lifelong investments. Mm-hmm. We discussed that yesterday as well. And this needs to be come to realization, both primarily from political actors, but then also from other leaders in this sphere, in order for any assistance to have a more sustainable, more systemic, and more real impact for the people on the ground.
Thank you, Elena. And a last word from the other part of the world.
Yeah, I think that the appeal of the Palestinian people here represented must be accepted, must be received, and needs to put us to have an action to denounce what is happening there. And I think that the continuity of this situation, in part or in most of the parties, is a problem that the weakness of the United Nations organization, especially the Security Council. And for this reason, I think that this reform is really necessary. As I said, President Lula has said all the time that we have to reform, we have to enlarge the composition. We must put countries that are today in a peripheral situation, and I think this is one of the ways to create a possible world of peace.
Thank you very much. This is a lot. Έχουμε πολλά να σκεφτούμε.
We have a lot of food for thought. Thank you.
For being with us today, κυρία Μπαλή, ευχαριστούμε. Αν έχετε καλοσύνη, κυρίες και κύριοι, να αποχωρήσετε, γιατί μπαίνετε όλοι στο πλάνο.
Ladies and gentlemen, please leave us the floor so that we can get started.
Dear all, a warm welcome to this afternoon's panel. Would like to push along since we're rather pressed for time. It gives me great pleasure to welcome on this panel a stellar array of individuals who will do the nearly impossible, provide bridgings between different understandings on our subject in the hope of tackling a rather complicated issue in as concrete way as possible. We're talking about climate change, but I would suggest climate change in conjunction with peace, climate change as a threat multiplier, which unfortunately seems to be the case. And I think we're united by the bonds of common suffering in this respect. Time is not working for us. Nothing can be taken for granted. And so we desperately need not only to think outside the box, but I would suggest perhaps rethinking the box, because it hasn't really led us very far. But I think it's very clear that it is only through cooperation that we can possibly tackle the immense obstacles that we face. We need to connect dots both geographically, but also thematically. What happens in one part of the world desperately affects other parts. We were lucky to see the viewpoint from the global south here as well. But also thematically, because what's happening on climate affects energy, migration, security, the food, water security nexus, human security in other respects. So we absolutely need to connect the dots if we're going to have a pragmatic vision on things. We also need to do a bit of bridging from the local to the regional to the international. And this is, I think, what this panel is going to do. I'm very keen on introducing two things before I give the floor to our speakers. One, keep at the back of our minds, what can the broader progressive alliance or the left do to tackle these issues? And secondly, to be guided by the spirit of Prespa in connecting peace to climate. The spirit of Prespa, we can extrapolate its value in other fields, because I think we're taught from that spirit that when there's a will, there is a way, that we cannot afford to procrastinate anymore. It's not a matter of doing business as usual. It's not the same anymore. We can't continue kicking the can down the road. We need to have a sense of urgency. And in this, I think we're guided by political leaderships that have shown a number of traits together. Pragmatism, but vision as well. Reasonableness and realism. Daring political leaderships that have shown the way, which I think can serve as an example for the future of us. With that, I'll turn to the panel, if I may. First, to my immediate left, the Mayor of Athens, Haris Doukas. It's a pleasure having you here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
And I'll kick with a question to you in Greek now, if I may, for the rest of this.
Mayor, according to you, is Europe on the way to achieve the energy transition? Has there been progress of the European cities towards climate neutrality? And what are the major challenges that this initiative is facing? Well, as you know, the climate crisis is an existential threat, and Europe has started quite fast to adopt policies in order to be ahead of times, to be a pioneer. And during the pandemic, it took very daring decisions for the package of resilience and recovery, and has entered first among the other continents in this planning. But to be frank, this green transition has not been successful, and it has not been successful because it has not managed to be conclusive and to touch everyone. We have the feeling that it pertains to some few companies and some people who are privileged, and not the overall society and all citizens. And this is one reason that populism increases and conspiracy theories increase on this rationale, that is, that green transition is not as fair as just as it should be. To give you some examples, we're talking about climate neutrality in 2050, and we still continue to say yes to oil companies, to excavation, to natural gas, to oil rigs, and burning fossil fuel. Second, the solution cannot be the oil companies to take all the space available for PVs and then sell green energy, and the citizens to be confused as regards the invoice and the color of the invoice, and to wait for subsidies in order to make the month last. What should be done? To give you an example, what we call energy democracy. The citizens themselves should feel and should be participants, should be active citizens and energy citizens in the new environment. That is, to be able to produce electricity, not in order to make profits or to speculate, but to cover their needs and to have another possibility. For instance, I am the mayor of Athens, and I cannot right now have an energy community. I can have it theoretically, but I don't have the space in order to provide cheap electricity, cheap power to vulnerable households. And at the same time, there is a space that has been given to major corporations. So it is a matter of equality before the law, whether we will be able to build grids and storage areas so that we can all be participants, the municipalities, the farmers, the SMEs, the consumers and the citizens in the energy transition. And let me say one more thing. We are talking about resilience. What is resilience? Resilience is how we are going to divide the pie to contractors to construct projects, or rather how we are going to reinforce our social policy and the actions for more vulnerable people, more vulnerable groups of people. Shouldn't we do what other countries do, that is to continue faster and reinforce the first instance of authority and be able to continue ourselves to these actions and to these infrastructure projects? The same goes for digitization, because we have also the digital transition, and the feeling among people, apart from some few things, people have the feeling that digitization has to do with major corporations, multinationals. In the municipality, we managed to find some money to give smart watches to people who are at a sensitive age and who have to be monitored. The approach should be exactly the contrary, and Europe should see these transitions as an opportunity, not a technological opportunity, the PV parks or the internet, but to change the model, to make the model, the paradigm, more inclusive. Otherwise, although it is very important to continue with these transitions, the transitions will go on without the people or without the big numbers of people, and these progressive powers will lose ground.
To this, during your tenure as minister, what were the political obstacles, would you say, to advancing the ambitions for climate policy in Bulgaria? And how did you manage with them? How were they mitigated?
Thank you, Harry. And first, thank you very much, Alexis, Tsipras Institute and Zai Foundation for organizing this fantastic event, and very timely. And thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here. I very much agree with the mayor. This net zero denial is a very serious issue. We have this complex of we're a small country, whatever we do, it cannot have any significant impact. And that leads to kind of short-term thinking. But ultimately, it leads to us lagging behind, because the renewable energy and the whole net zero move 15 years ago was an expensive adventure. It was pushed mainly by some few progressive rich governments, academics and NGOs. Now things have changed. I mean, the energy economics is turned upside down. Everything that was cheap now is expensive. Everything that was expensive now is cheap. Everything that in the past was centralized now is decentralized. And things that we considered completely personal choice and individual, even in communist time, now are in complex networks that are managed not in a central way, but in a coordinated way. And this is very difficult to explain to energy economists and engineers who have spent 30, 40 years in the sector. So that mindset was, on one hand, very difficult. On the other hand, what was driving the whole transition, and where I saw the main, surprisingly, the main help, was the industry. And the hard-to-abate industry, because the hard-to-abate industry, that's the cement industry, the mining industry, it's quite strong in Bulgaria, metallurgy, chemical industry, and so on. This is an industry that invests with long-term thinking, and they know that their business is not for the next quarter only. And they were very, very supportive and engaged in the whole move in promoting the climate policies. And they were probably my main supporters in basically the revolution that we did on climate policies in Bulgaria, with the very strong presence at COP28 last year, when usually we have delegations of 2 or 3 people. Last year it was 260, led by business and mainly industry. And they realized how important for them is that. And this led us now to Bulgaria hosting in a month and a half the main 61st IPCC plenary session, and a number of other events that are related, exactly because the business and to some extent academia, but mainly the business and the innovation is driving things forward, and the governments and administration is lagging behind. So that's briefly the situation in which we were.
Super, many thanks. Would like to open up a little bit the aperture at the moment and see how this is situating itself within the European Green Deal, but also get a vision from another neighboring paradigm. Next, we're going to have 2 messages, one by Maroš Šefčovič, the Executive Vice President for the European Green Deal and Commissioner for Climate Action, followed by a message by Ekrem İmamoğlu, the Mayor of Istanbul, before we're going back to the panel.
Dear Alexis, dear Zoran, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be a part of this event on the occasion of the 6th anniversary of the signing of the Prespa Agreement. Unfortunately, I cannot be there in person for what I'm sure will be an interesting and engaging discussion in this session focused on the climate crisis and sustainable growth. Certainly, the real-world impacts of the climate change and biodiversity loss recognize no borders, which makes regional cooperation and good relations with all our partners around the world all the more essential to moving forward in our response. Because there can be no doubt that we need to tackle this societal challenge, and we need to do it now. There is no alternative, no plan B. But we must do it in a way which is socially fair, which leaves no one and nowhere behind, and ensures a global level playing field for our businesses. If we can achieve this, we can build a green, sustainable, prosperous economy of tomorrow together. The Prespa Agreement remains an excellent example of what this kind of cooperation can achieve. The EU and North Macedonia share a strong partnership. We fully support North Macedonia's EU's accession perspective, and from our side, we expect to open accession negotiations on the fundamentals cluster as soon as possible. For their part, we trust that all political forces will focus on moving forward on North Macedonia's EU path. In a time of great geopolitical upheaval, it is vital, as partners and neighbors who share the same values, not least of social justice, that we work together closely to jointly achieve our common ambitions. I wish you an enjoyable and engaging conference. Thank you.
Firstly, I extend my sincere gratitude for inviting me to speak on this crucial topic. To my esteemed fellow panelists and colleagues, warm greetings from Istanbul. Transitioning cities to become greener and more just is imperative for a sustainable future. It demands action firmly grounded in solutions that are not only environmentally sustainable, but also in alignment with global frameworks such as the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. However, navigating this transition is both complex and challenging. Green Istanbul was one of the primary focuses of our 2019 mayoral campaign, and upon our victory, it became the top priority in our agenda. Despite Istanbul's natural beauty, it has witnessed a concerning rise in concrete development over the past 2 decades. In response, we embarked on an assessment of its environmental status, leading us to formulate 2 key strategies: the Green City Action Plan and the Climate Change Action Plan. These initiatives are designed to cultivate a more environmentally aware urban landscape. Our analysis revealed Istanbul's urgent need for green spaces, with a significant portion of our citizens lacking access to them. Since assuming office in 2019, added nearly 9 million square meters of green areas to the city. To do so, we initiated the Life Valleys project, which established green spaces along stream beds, enhancing the city's environmental landscape. Currently, almost 20 life valleys are in use. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk about a less discussed aspect regarding the green and fair transition to environmentally sustainable practices. The focus on fairness emphasizes social, economic, and environmental justice, but so far practices have not ensured equality amongst cities. Each city's contribution to the climate change differs, and some bear a heavier burden of its impacts due to unequal resources and vulnerability levels. In our heavily urbanized world, cities begin addressing climate challenges from vastly different starting points. Istanbul is such an example. Istanbul has been identified as Europe's most vulnerable city to coastal climate change impacts. Furthermore, as an ever-expanding megacity, it is home to over 16 million residents, nearly 20% of Turkey's population. Its scale significantly influences the development and implementation of projects. As Metropolis Special Envoy for Megacities, I must highlight that there are currently no environmental policies tailored to the unique scale of these cities. In the context of this green transition, unfairness and inequality are present not only within cities but also between them. While crafting global action plans, we must ask ourselves, how can we guarantee increased inclusivity and fairness for all cities? In conclusion, climate change recognizes no borders. Its effects echo far and wide, going beyond geographical boundaries. The clock is ticking. Therefore, as we craft strategies and initiatives to combat climate change, we must do so with a more inclusive perspective, recognizing that the challenges we face are interconnected and require efforts for collaboration on an international scale. I'm a firm believer in knowledge sharing. It is essential that we share our best practices and learn from each other as we move forward. Thank you very much.
We'll take the lead of the mayor of Istanbul when he says that there should be no geographical boundaries. And doing so, it suggests that we go 50,000 feet up and have a more inclusive view. I also mentioned in the beginning the nexus between peace and climate. And with that in mind, I'll turn now to a very dear friend joining us from California. He's to be applauded not only for the work that he's done in John Kerry's office for years, but more importantly because it's 4 a.m. in California and he's joining us. With that, David Livingston, with whom I had the great pleasure and honor of working within the Atlantic Council for many, many years. The floor is yours. The question to you is, what is the role of clean energy in not only preventing conflict, but also facilitating peace?
Well, Harry, thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to join you and such a distinguished set of speakers and guests for this important conversation. Thank you also to the Tsipras Institute, to the Zion Foundation. This is an incredibly important discussion and one which I think brings unique perspectives and angles to what is too often just a two-dimensional conversation. I'll speak very briefly on looking backwards a bit about some of the lessons learned, at least on my part, from the past 3 years of climate diplomacy, working with Secretary John Kerry, traveling around the world, trying our best to bend the world's emissions curve and the political superstructures that surround it towards a world more aligned with 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I'll tell you that one of two of the takeaways there are, well, I'll give you threefold takeaways actually. Number one is that there are enormous untapped opportunities to find success stories and to find rays of light and optimism in unlikely places. Even though we find ourselves in perhaps some of the darkest days of certain parts of the Middle East, and certainly in Gaza today, I will say that there was an enormous sense of optimism only weeks before the dark days of early October, that there might be scope for an unprecedented clean electricity for clean water agreement between Jordan, Israel, and the United Arab Emirates with the support of the United States that would see all citizens, regardless of their ideology, regardless of their party, regardless of their nationality or ethnicity, benefit from such an agreement. And despite the political headwinds that we see today, I am more convinced than ever that the need for electrons for people to power their small businesses, to power and provide warmth and cooling and opportunity to their families, to provide economic growth and dynamism has not abated whatsoever. The need for drinking water among the growing populations of the region has not abated whatsoever. And the logic, the underlying economic logic, the underlying socio-political logic for greater interconnectivity and greater cooperation on the provision of basic fundamental goods and services to one another has not abated. And I think that when the time is right, there remains still a very logical set of different options, different architectures for cooperation in the region that can also be the stepping stones and the foundation stones for rebuilding in certain parts of the region in a way that not only provides relief and opportunity on a social basis, but also takes steps towards addressing our shared climate crisis. The second thing I would note is that we should have hope in knowing that at the end of the day, the clean energy transition is one which rests on a simple principle. Clean energy follows the economic logic of technology. It follows the cost curve of technology, for which every doubling of capacity dramatically reduces the cost of that given technology by 50% or more. And the economics of the incumbent resources fossil fuels follow ultimately the economics of scarce resources. They are determined by a limited supply and the dynamics of demand. And over time, we see time and time again that the economics of technology do win out over the economics of resources, even if it's a matter of time. But that too, this is my final point, should not give us false confidence or any ability to rest on our laurels amidst this complex and dynamic transition. If there's one other thing I think that we've learned from recent years, it is that we cannot simply sit back and allow for the invisible hand of technological change and innovation to deliver us to where we need to go in the energy transition. Even as every cumulative doubling of global capacity of solar or wind has led to dramatic declines in cost, that means that there has been actually a smaller and smaller share of the underlying technology cost in the total cost of solar, and a larger and larger share in recent years of things like labor, supply chain costs, land costs, and the like. These are costs, the costs of people, their labor, their hard-earned wages, the costs of the shared land in our communities, our agricultural land, et cetera. These are costs which strike at the fact that this is also a global energy transition rooted in a certain socio-political, socio-economic fabric that we cannot shy away from. And so even as we celebrate what technology has given us in terms of the declining costs of resources today, we must, I think, be proactive in addressing the socio-economic and socio-political challenges and opportunities in this transition that will present themselves to us in the years to come. For my part, one of the things that I plan to continue to work on, and with Secretary Kerry and others in these days after government service, it includes working on opportunity sets that can engage and employ our fossil fuel communities and our fossil fuel workers. One of the most innovative geothermal companies in the United States, a company called Fervo Energy, has 80% of their workforce coming from oil and gas, now applying themselves to providing clean baseload power to build out the energy infrastructure of the future. Similarly, we need to think about the trade-offs between the decarbonization of key infrastructure, such as ports and airports and the like, and how much of that takes place just purely through automation, and how we address the social and labor dislocations that could be a result of that. We must be proactive, thoughtful, and empathetic in our approach to the transition, rather than just deterministic. So thank you very much, Harry. And let me just note as well, it's inspiring to hear from two great mayors of two incredible cities as well, because the leadership at the local level, at the subnational level, is so often under-recognized and underappreciated in these discussions, and yet it is so vital because it is the closest to the populace itself.
Thank you very much, David. We'll come back. May I take your suggestion of going back to one of the mayors? This discussion, in order to be pragmatic and inclusive, needs to constantly zoom in and out of problems and see how they're treated at the different levels of the local, regional, and international. So with that, may I turn to Maria Vasilakou? You heard what Mayor Duca said and what Julian, when he was minister in his tenure, had to deal with. And I turn to you with the question, given the fantastic work, innovative work that was done in Vienna during your tenure as deputy mayor, what lessons can other cities learn from Vienna's leading approach to sustainable urban planning and climate change?
Λοιπόν, θα μιλήσω στα ελληνικά, γιατί μου φαίνεται λίγο...
I will speak in Greek because it seems a bit strange for me, but since I've been abroad for years, I will be using an occasionally English term if need be. Already in 2010, Vienna made it to the list of the top 10 cities that have the best living conditions. We were the first top in terms of quality of life, and we are still top in terms of quality of life 14 years later. So quite often people ask me, how did Vienna pull this off? How did it manage to be top on the list in terms of quality of life, and how did it manage to stay on the list for so long? And my answer is this: it's anything but random. You see, we have a very specific approach vis-a-vis what quality of life is, after all, and I'm going to come back to this point eventually. But you see, the first priority, historically speaking, of Vienna is for it to be an affordable city. And it's anything but accidental that we rolled out the biggest social support program 100 years ago, and it's still the biggest such scheme the world over. We are talking about housing in Vienna. Well, we are not just building new houses and homes for vulnerable groups, but we are giving that to everyone, including people like us, the middle class too. And there's a third element to this. You see, for many years now, Vienna has prioritized the inclusiveness and immediate involvement of the local community in a systematic manner, meaning that we put in place standards to make sure that citizens participate in our efforts. Moreover, we have relevant infrastructure and facilities. We have the so-called offices of the neighborhood. They've been around for 30 years. On a daily basis, they are organizing and systemizing the involvement and participation of the citizens in any local and municipal scheme. Let me go back to quality of life. What's the significance thereof? We want and we state we wish to be a city that provides optimum quality of life, maximum quality of life to everyone, not just to those who can afford everything. And in order for us to be successful in that venture of ours, we wish to be a city that has been planned and is still being planned in a way that will cater to the needs of children. So we are starting with the younger generation. Why is it we are starting with the youth? You know what? What we wish for our children is what we wish for ourselves. We want our children to be raised and nurtured in a safe and secure environment, a green environment. We want them to have access to nature, for them to be able to play with the water, for them to be able to move about freely. That is not just good for young people, it's good for any generation. So if we use these as a starting element in terms of how we are planning for a city, we eventually get a city like Vienna, which has the highest degree of green spaces in Europe. There's moderate traffic, not too much. In every Viennese neighborhood, there is a so-called green oasis. So Vienna is still planting new trees in the meantime. And since this is one of the three capital cities in Europe, including Athens and Milan, which will be impacted maximally by climate change. You see, we are already faced with heat waves in Vienna. We have been working on a plan for years. And thanks to this plan, we know what our thermal islands are in Vienna. And so we are planting new trees there. And we are providing potable water and new benches and new sources of water for children to be able to play with them in each and every neighborhood. By way of conclusion, let me state this. If we take stock of all of this is all resilient oriented, it's climate neutrality oriented, it works for quality of life, and they're also all about social justice. Because when we are dealing with a heat wave, our citizens, and I myself, should not be locked up in my own abode, running the electricity bill, having the air conditioning unit work 24/7. If you ever visit Vienna during a heat wave, you will notice that people are outside in the streets. They are close to water, under the trees. They are there. It's fresh, it's nice, of course. It all calls for planning. And I believe this is the biggest learning that we can share with you. Because what I always say is, think big. Act here and now. Meaning that you do have a plan for the next decades, an ambitious plan, a big plan, which you can roll out and it can materialize thanks to thousands of small steps and interventions that can happen on every single occasion, because not even Rome was built in a day. And so it's very important to allow citizens to be involved. By allowing people to make their own ideas come true, then quite surprisingly and suddenly, you can change an entire city within the span of a few years. How can I put it? You see, big outcomes are always the result of networking. So this is about interconnecting actions and activities, and I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you for this. That's a wonderful pass, actually, to the research needed behind that. So with that, I'm turning to the scientific community and to Manolis Plionis and asking, from a scientific perspective, what are the critical research areas needed to inform effective climate policy making?
Right. First of all, I would like to thank, I have prepared my talk in English. The reason being that we decided with the moderator that since most of the panel were non-Greek speaking, it would have been more correct for us to speak in English. Therefore, I apologize, but I have prepared my talk in English. Right, so before I answer your question, I think it is important, and I have the ugly task, to present what is the actual situation today on climate. June probably will be the 13th month on the row, being the hottest month ever measured since the pre-industrial times. The 13th on the row, that is, it started from June 2023, July, August, September, and so on until now, every month. The 12 previous months, the average temperature has overpassed the 1.5 degrees limit that was put by the Paris Agreement for the end of the century. So even if it's not a trend that will continue, hopefully, taking the last 30 to 40 years, the trend, and doing a linear regression to the data, we will pass the 1.5 degrees limit by 2033. That is 67 years before the end of the century. These are not hopeful results, but these are realistic results, and this is unfortunately what we are living through. You also already know as well that the Mediterranean is a hot spot, well, let's say southeast Europe, and the whole Mediterranean basin is a hot spot for climate change, which means that we feel the effects of the climate change and its repercussions more so than the rest of the planet. In real numbers, this means that we have an increase which is double the average increase of the global temperature in this area. June results on the temperature of the Mediterranean has showed some very alarming facts. At the eastern part of the Mediterranean, we are 2 to 3 degrees higher than the average of the epoch, of this period of time. Even worse, the Black Sea. The Black Sea is 3 to 4 degrees higher than the average. Therefore, we are living through the tremendous effects of climate change, if not climate crisis. Right, so one could answer, had the models, climate models, had they predicted such an event? Well, climate models predict trends. They show the trends. They do not have specificities on the particular way that the crisis manifests itself. So what we live actually is what I would generally say that reality surpasses imagination in many respects. And therefore, we should act really proactively on all levels: science, policymakers, states, society. There are other impacts that I would like to mention that have not been taken into account with the severity or with the importance that they have, which is climate migration. This is something that we will live through in the next years. We already are living it through due to the natural disasters that are happening in our part of the world. For example, last year we had the floods in the Thessaly area. We have a lot of displacements. We don't know yet, we don't have the data, how much of the displacements of people from the region will be permanent or not. Furthermore, we will have in the next decades migration flows from countries that will be severely affected by climate change. For example, the World Bank has estimated that within the next 20 to 30 years, about 140 million citizens of Africa will be displaced from their homes. These are important facts that policymakers at the European level and at national level should take into account. Because if not, we will face the problem when we will start happening. And this is not a proactive way of dealing with problems that you already know are coming. And of course, not to say the fact that climate migrants have no legal status yet, at an international level or at a national level. So this is another handicap that it should be taken into account. Now, trying to arrive towards your question and answering, of course, you probably know, or if you don't know, let me just mention that it's part of the obligations that arise from the Paris Agreement that the scientific knowledge on climate, the systematic data collection, and the ways with which the scientists must help policymaking is a must. This is, of course, it's due to pure logic, but also it is mentioned in the Paris Agreement. And how, therefore, the scientific community can provide the best available scientific knowledge, data, and expertise to the state, to policymakers, and to the society at large? Well, this is not an easy task. Usually, states, what they do is they hire experts to get expert advice. However, the climate change issue is not a monoparametric problem. It's a polyparametric problem. It needs multidisciplinarity. It needs different scientific themes to be integrated in a complete manner so that they can provide the best available science. And which sciences are these? Not only climatology, atmospheric physics, atmospheric chemistry, meteorology, oceanography, agronomy, mathematical modeling, satellite data analysis, sociology, economics, policymaking. It's a whole realm of scientific areas that have to be integrated in order to be able to help policymakers in deciding the correct policies and also finding the way to apply them, because this is another major problem. So, what we need? From one side, we need a collaborating networking platform to gather all the available expertise from the scientific part. This is not a trivial thing. It exists somehow at an international level with the IPCC, but at the national and at the regional level it does not exist. So this is something which is lacking. There are attempts to develop such networks. In Greece, for example, we have the Klimpact network, which gathers together 27 research centers, universities from Greece and Cyprus in an attempt to have this integrated approach to science. And of course, then we have to identify the institutional procedures that will allow the scientific knowledge to pass from the scientific world to the policymakers. And that also doesn't exist. There are legislations. Many parts of the legislations are not applied or are applied in a very ad hoc manner. Therefore, we need to work at both of these levels in order to be able to have the best available science passing to policymakers in an effective way.
Super. Many, many thanks for that. Πίσω σε εσάς, κύριε Δήμαρχε.
Back to you, Mayor. Back to Athens. How does Athens expect to achieve its green transition? Two questions for you, and maybe we can make one second round instead of two, depending on the time, of course. Which are the measures taken in order to promote urban development and building resilience, as we now say, vis-à-vis the effects of the climate crisis, and what can contribute to strengthening this effort? That is, how could citizens contribute? Or let me put it differently. What can people do in order to contribute to the non-exclusion, to inclusiveness, and to sustainability? I will start by saying that Greece and other Greek cities, and this is not just to act as a justification, we have limited powers in order to, and it is difficult for us to proceed with the resilience activities. We discuss green transition and a lot of other things which are very demanding. So changes are necessary, and that is what we intend to do. For instance, we say that this city cannot take any more concrete. We do our utmost, and we try to stop the permits that are given for huge buildings and apartment buildings, because the city needs to decide how much it can take, how many floors, what is the size of the buildings that we can accommodate. This is not easy to achieve. We are fighting even at the administrative court, the Supreme Administrative Court, and the Council of State. Moreover, this year we are going to receive 7.5 million tourists. You know how much money each tourist leaves to my city? Each one of them spends 0.4 euro in total, not a day, and this is the so-called residence tax. So this is 0.5%. So do you know how much money I have received? 0 euros, because I have to discuss the matters with the tax authority, the minister, the deputy minister, in order for this limited amount of money to come to our coffers. Another, we have the residence a new tax, which has been recently renamed resilience tax for the ultra-luxury hotels, five-star hotels, 10 euros a day. You know how much of this amount comes to the city of Athens? None, 0. Tourists pay 10 euro per day, but nothing comes to us. We would like to see 50% of that amount at least to be collected by the city. And why am I saying this? Because we host 7.5 million tourists, but this city is built and has 750,000 inhabitants. How can I keep my city clean and shiny when I have to cater for 10 times the population? So over and above the trees that we plant, more than 2,000, many other important activities for cooler paths. We need to make interventions. We have we have 60 certified municipal employees who go to the households to help our vulnerable citizens to reduce their energy costs. We have spent money and time to teach our officials to learn how to save money and cash and energy. So we are in a fight. And let me go to your second question. concerning the policies. All these policies which are related to sustainability and resilience are not neutral, but they are progressive policies, which means that we need and we should to work together with entities, organizations, and others who have set the same priorities, with proposals such as the ones that I have just listed, with a result that is fair and democratic. This is what we do in Athens. Today's discussion is important, and I wish success to the Institute. I wish that we may have the possibility to have such discussions. These are progressive policies, but on the other hand, we have seen the results of the European elections, etc. Progressive policies are being limited. So what we have to do, we need to be able to openly and clearly discuss our ideas. A different point of view is something that is productive, is not toxic. And we need to decide and proceed with progressive solutions, because the result should not be just a flat one, but it should tell me how can I move from one neighborhood to another, how can I can resolve a problem of safety or of lack of green areas, how can I improve the life of the citizens. Thank you very much.
Part of realism is also time, so in this respect, I'll have to ground us all. Julian, I'll turn to you, if I may, with my couple of questions, with the request to answer them in 4 minutes, and apologies for that, but your British side will deal with it quickly. So I asked you before about obstacles and challenges you faced, and so I'd like to come back in asking, building on your experience dealing with such obstacles, what strategies can both governments but also the private sector be incentivized to tackle investment? What kind of strategies can governments use to incentivize the private sector to invest in sustainable development and environmental protection, and with that together, considering both the political and the private sector, as I say, engagement, how can the European Green Deal come in and better support EU member states, like in this case Bulgaria, in achieving their climate goals?
Well, thank you. Let's take 45 minutes, probably. I'll try to squeeze it. First, let me pick something that the mayor said. Absolutely agree that we need focus on the taxation system. The climate policies require us to start rethinking fundamentally the national taxation and international taxation, because they're whole. Not because we need more money from the taxpayer, we need it in different ways. So some tax income will decrease. So for instance, from oil, which is large tax income, gas, fossil fuels, and so on. At the same time, we will need investments in climate adaptation. So that would mean that we have to rethink fundamentally the tax system. We have to think much more about decentralization of this tax system and putting more money and decision in the communities, because climate change is a global issue, but it manifests in a local way. So the way Sofia deals with climate change is very different from the way Athens deals with climate change, is very different from the way Thessaloniki would deal with climate change. So you need more power in the community, and that has to be done through taxation. In terms of the Green Deal, the Green Deal is a very strange animal. I've criticized the Green Deal mainly because of the name, because I had big debates in Brussels when they decided to call it the Green Deal, and I said, well, there will be a backlash because of the name. When you call it Green Deal, you associate it with the Green Party. So that means you can call it Social Democratic Deal or Conservative Deal. Of course, anybody who opposes this political spectrum will oppose the Green Deal. And at the same time, the Green Deal cannot be assigned to one single party or spectrum of the party. The Green Deal is a very, very comprehensive policy, which is both for climate and environment, but also for the European competitiveness. And this is very misunderstood, because many political speakers and actors are saying, oh, we have to remove the Green Deal, delay the Green Deal in order to increase our competitiveness. You do exactly the same, the opposite. And if we look at what China is doing, and we are in a fierce competition with China, I'm not talking about conflict, I'm talking about the constructive competition, but we're in fierce competition with China. What China is doing, it has a massive, the biggest Green Deal on earth. But they're not calling it Green Deal, they're not calling it anything. It's a massive state aid to the new technologies. What America did, they did a Green Deal, huge Green Deal. They didn't call it Green Deal, they called it Inflation Reduction Act. Nobody opposes that on an ideological basis. So we have to learn how to integrate the competitiveness of the industries into the new technologies and the climate policies, so that the Green Deal, the ideas of the Green Deal can work both to work for citizens, to work for climate, but also to work for our competitiveness, technological advance, and then the industry will start coming in. In order to do that, taxation is one thing, but we have to change regulations. We have to build electricity grids. It's absolutely essential, because the renewable energy is growing like mushrooms, but we need that, and we need new market design. I would advise Greece, for instance, to change and to advance its market design so that it can reward energy storage, because energy storage is absolutely essential. And the last thing, we have to invest in cross-border grids at long distances. And I would mention here Greece, Cyprus, Israel, and Greece, Egypt, underwater cables, the Black Sea, one to Azerbaijan. I mean, we have to think big, because otherwise we will lag behind, not just in climate policies, but we will lag behind in industry and competitiveness and in economy and quality of life.
Perfect. Many thanks, Julian. Maria, if I could turn to you. Julian mentioned the power to the community. And the question to you is, looking back at your tenure in Vienna City Council, how can the local leaders amplify the citizens' voices and civil society in climate policy making?
I think the most important thing is to have structures. And this is what I mentioned in my first answer. We need structures, either in Vienna or in other cities where we see a tradition in the participation of the citizens of the local community. We see that there is always a structure that organizes this. In Vienna, we have the neighborhood offices, which for more than 30 years now are organizing on a daily basis the consultations that are needed in order to decide everything pertaining to the neighborhood and everything pertaining to the public space. But this is step number one. Step number two is to be able to create structures that will support the actions on behalf of the citizens in the local community. Again, an example from Vienna. What we implemented from 2015 onwards, and we still keep implementing with great success is that we established a subsidy that each citizen who has an idea about what they can do at the level of their neighborhood, they can take this subsidy, and the sole prerequisite is that whatever is created, it will be open to anyone without a fee or without consuming something, having to consume something. And this led, in 5 years, to more than 500 such projects that have been implemented. We're usually talking about pocket parks, small gardens with vegetables. If I could show you pictures, you would see how with very simple means and activating the local community we can change a lot. But let me give you an example that is somehow bigger as regards the scale. This was also implemented since 2012 onwards, is the participatory PV plants. What is that? Each Viennese can invest from 50 euros to 10,000 euros, and these PV parks that are created belong to the citizens of Vienna. They are established on terraces, on rooftops rather, and we have had more than 30 such parks, which means that the energy transition is not a matter of some big corporations, it is a matter for all of us, and we have all the opportunity to participate, and we can all participate in the benefit, because the benefit coming from this participation is stable, it is guaranteed. Who started that? It was the municipality who started that. It was an initiative by the municipality, and it is a classical public plural partnership, because if you want my opinion, the new economic model is not the PPP, it is public plural partnership. We have the municipality or a public institution. Usually we have a company or some companies that are local, and we have also the citizens, the local community. And in this way we can really overnight we can have a completely different impact, because we give the citizens the opportunity to be active, to invest even with a little money and participate in the benefits, in the profits.
It's really a challenge that we need to squeeze in the next two speakers. So I'll turn to them with an honest request for bullet points, but really that's the best we can do. David, if I can take exactly the lead from what Maria was talking about, can I ask you in a few bullet points to share your vision on how can the private sector play a contributing role to the international climate finance efforts?
Thank you, Harry. I'll be very brief. Clearly, the private sector is absolutely essential to scaling up the level of investment in clean energy that the experts say are needed by the year 2030, something on the order of $2 trillion, including a very significant amount in emerging markets. That will not happen overnight, but the money is there. It doesn't have to be invented or printed or imagined. The money is there, but it will require everyone involved to basically take on the level of risk and to play the role that they are best suited to play, and to absorb the risk that they are best suited to absorb. That need not be a transfer of power, of profit from citizens or from governments away to unaccountable corporations. That can be done in structures which genuinely have has every single actor playing the role which it's best suited to play in accountable structures that deliver on what they promise. And there are great examples that we can already take that are helping to deliver, for example, large-scale renewable projects in countries like India, Indonesia, that my former colleague, good friend, and someone who knows Greece incredibly well, Assistant Secretary Payet, I know can touch on further in his remarks to come. But I also want to touch very quickly, Harry, just on one other topic, which is so often ignored in public-private partnerships, and that is the role of addressing adaptation investments as well. Climate change is already here, it's already impacting us, and the return on investment for adaptation does not get enough attention. The early warning system investment has something like somewhere between a 4x to 36x return on investment. Things like seawalls, things like better stormwater infrastructure can have tremendous benefits, but it will also require the right price signal and governments working together with industry. Here in California, where I join you from, insurers have here until now have not been permitted to be able to use forward-looking fire models in pricing insurance. Now, of course, no one wants to see their insurance double overnight, but similarly, we can't just look backwards to the experiences of yesterday to understand the risks that face us in a warming world tomorrow. Hegel said that the only thing that history teaches us is that we don't learn from history, but that challenge is redoubled, of course, when the future history that we are to look at looks nothing like the past. But I'm convinced that with the right partnership between government and the private sector, we can get that done. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you, David. I'll turn to Professor Pleonis with a brief question, if I may, which is, it's not only the essence of what we do, but I think the communication is very important as well. So you talked about how the scientific community can help. And can I kindly turn with a question to you? I'll take 1 more minute off the clock, and that's the maximum I can do. Can I ask you, how can the scientific community better communicate the data and evidence to policymakers and the public?
Θα προσπαθήσω να απαντήσω στα ελληνικά, για να υπάρχει μια έτσι.
I will try to answer in Greek so as to have a fair share of Greek and English. I think I said that in my previous answer. It is one of the issues. It is something that we need to look into, how the scientific knowledge is transferred, is conveyed to policymakers, and how they take it into account. Problems exist from both sides. There is an issue of governance. That is, the scientific community has to find a way to have a single voice, a unified voice. As we said before, climate change touches upon many scientific fields. So this scientific knowledge and the research effort is needed from various groups and scientific fields. So we need to have an integrated approach, an integrated view that will be easily accessible by the state, by policymakers. So this is what the scientific community has to do. This is what their task. And the state has to help to that. In Greece, we have started in 2017. It is still funded by the state. It is the National Network for Climate Change. It is a platform, a network, if you wish, through which all scientists working on climate change are collaborating. And there are procedures in place which have been developed in this platform in order to have a concerted view, an integrated view. So this is one side, the scientific community. And I think this is the way to go on. Why? Because we're not living in the era of Homo Universalis. And on the other hand, the state has to create to put in place the institutional procedures in order to accept this expertise from such a body. And this does not exist yet. There are efforts and discussions, but it is still missing. And I will stop at this point. Thank you very much. At the university, we say that we are the only ones. We want to thank you for this excellent panel. I will ask you to leave because we have very fast to change the setting in order to connect with Mr. Jeffrey Pyatt, who is Undersecretary of the USA on energy issues. You will stay here and you can watch him online.
Kalispera, Harry. I see you, but I'm not getting your audio.
Can you hear me now? Yep.
I can.
Wonderful.
Wonderful to be with you. That's a big stage.
It is indeed, because it needs to match the gravity of the people on it, or joining us from a distance. So, we used to say Ambassador Payet in Greece, but Secretary Payet, it's a distinct pleasure to have you with us this afternoon. This comes on top of a very, very interesting panel we heard. I'm not quite sure if you had the opportunity of joining us for a little bit, where we're trying to tackle things at the local, the regional, and the international level. And so we're very grateful that you're helping us in getting a better understanding of that. In the interest of time, because we're really, really pressed with many excellent panels, let me come to you with concrete questions, if I may, and I'll pose 4 questions to you in sequence and asking you to be as concrete as possible. First, what is the State Department doing to promote a just and secure energy transition?
Great. Thank you, Harry. And thank you, of course, to both former Prime Minister Tsipras and former Prime Minister Zaev for this invitation. Really simple and quick answer to your question. The most important thing the Biden administration is doing on these issues is leading at home. And my friend David Livingston talked a little bit about this, but just to put a really sharp point on it, the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed by Congress at almost the same time that I departed Athens, has completely changed the U.S. approach to these issues. We have already seen over $224 billion of investment here at home stimulated by the Inflation Reduction Act, the single most important piece of domestic climate legislation in American history. This is going to put us on track to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40% below 2005 levels by 2030. But also importantly, the intent of the IRA is to accelerate innovation and investment that will bring global benefits. So let me give you 2 quick Greek examples. One of the industrial lines that the IRA is accelerating here in the United States is offshore wind. It happens that one of the first projects to get to deployment in the United States is off the coast of Virginia, where I live. And the cable for that project, the project is being executed by a company called Dominion Power. But the cable for that project is coming from Hellenic Cables. And in fact, Hellenic is able to take advantage of the tax incentives that the IRA provides and is very close to finalizing an additional investment here in the United States to manufacturing those cables, which are going to be so important to getting to deployment. Likewise, I've been talking to my Greek colleagues, several ministers, about the fantastic opportunities that we see for Greece to lead the way in Europe on floating offshore wind. Your energy minister talks about the incredible wind resource that Greece enjoys, especially in the deep Aegean. This is a technology that is still in development. We want to keep that technology in the West. We see Greece as a natural partner, and there's a natural synergy with the investment that the U.S. government has made in the Elefsina shipyards. And then finally, last Greek example, there's a company called Sunlight Batteries, which manufactures up in Thrace. I was able to visit them a few years ago. Sunlight is also manufacturing batteries here in the United States. And one of the things that's very clear is that as we accelerate our energy transition, the world is going to need vastly increased volumes of battery cells and battery minerals. So these are all issues where there's a natural partnership between the United States and our allies around the world on an issue that is essentially global. The United States is about 11% of global CO2. So even if we completely decarbonize our economy, we're not going to solve the climate crisis unless we bring the rest of the world along.
Thank you. And obviously, climate change and transition is a global business, so we need to look at the constituent parts around the world. And thank you for bringing in the issue of allies as well. So let me come back with a question asking, how is the US domestic legislation at the moment, like the IRA, the CHIPS Act, affecting the US energy transition? And in this respect, how is it likely to impact the energy transition for US's global partners and allies abroad?
So I talked a little bit about that already, but let me also emphasize that if we're going to meet our climate targets, we really have to pursue everything all at once. Greece is a terrific example of this. My friend and colleague, Deputy Minister Alexandra Sedoukou in your energy ministry, points out all the time the incredible leadership that Greece has established on its own domestic renewables deployment. Second highest in Europe, really a world leader. That's what we need everybody to be doing. So it means more wind, more solar, more geothermal, a resource that is available in the Western Balkans, which we haven't done as much as we might to develop, although I've been discussing it with your Bulgarian neighbors. Here in the United States as well, we're strongly committed to nuclear as part of the climate solution. I know that's not a universally held view in Europe, but in the United States, we get about 20% of our power from nuclear. We need to grow our nuclear fleet and be prepared to build the next generation of nuclear power, which is clean and sustainable. All of this reflects the fact that technology is accelerating very fast, is driving down the cost of clean power, and making it less and less necessary to hold on to traditional fossil energy, especially coal, which we need to phase out as fast as possible. I give Prime Minister Mitsotakis great credit for the leadership and the benchmarks that he has established in terms of the phase out of coal power in Greece and the opportunities that you have to really set the pattern for the rest of Europe in terms of building a sustainable energy economy. We have to do the same in the United States. These are difficult socioeconomic issues. They involve workers, they involve local communities. We have to bring everybody along, but most importantly, we have to demonstrate that energy transition does not mean a lack of energy security or energy access or energy affordability. We have to do everything all at once.
Part of the discussion in the previous panel was the nexus between issues like geopolitics, security, energy, climate, migration, and the like. So let me turn to you also in your previous capacities and asking how would you gauge the today's geopolitical crisis? Is it likely to impact the global energy transition? And more specifically, perhaps, can we expect the oil and gas rich nations to do more about transition?
So I think there are a lot of questions to unpack there, and the two that I would really put a spotlight on, first of all, is the incredibly disruptive impact of Russia's weaponization of its energy resources. Nobody in Europe needs to be reminded of that. I remember working with Minister Skrekas in 2022 after Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Russia's cutoff of gas flows to Bulgaria caused this dramatic spike in the cost of gas and the ripple effects that that had across the Greek economy, on industry, on consumers, on politicians. I think 2.5 years on now, Europe has made remarkable progress in terms of de-risking its exposure to Russian energy. Many of the biggest consumers, Germany being the most prominent, have gone to zero Russian coal, Russian gas, Russian oil. And it's very clear that Russia is never again going to be viewed as a reliable energy supplier by Europeans. We are working hard with our European partners. I was in Berlin just last week in order to reduce the revenues further that Russia gets from its energy resources, revenues that go directly to pay for the attacks on hospitals and schools and civilians in Ukraine. So it's really, really important that we remain strongly aligned on the sanctions regime that is applied to Russian energy exports. We look forward to the next round of European sanctions, where we're working closely, including with Greece, on things like the oil price cap and the restrictions on shipping of Russian crude oil to global markets, and the effort, as I said, to drive down the revenues that Russia gets from its fossil energy. So that's number one. Number two, on energy transition, I have the opportunity in this job to travel around the world dealing with energy ministers, including in a lot of oil-producing countries. I was just in Angola last week. A few months ago, I was in Saudi Arabia. When I talked to the Saudi energy minister, he is deeply, deeply committed to the goal of energy transition, also the decarbonization of fossil energy production. And the United States comes to this issue as the world's largest LNG exporter, as a major oil producer. But we know that we have a responsibility, as long as the world continues to need those molecules of fossil energy, we have to produce that energy in the least climate-damaging way possible, which means very close attention to methane emissions, to fugitive gases, looking at new technologies for carbon capture and sequestration. That's happening in Saudi Arabia. It's happening in UAE. It's happening in Angola, where I was last week. So again, this goes to the principle that we really have to work on every lever that we have available in order to meet the challenge of the climate crisis, to deliver the vastly increased volumes of energy that the world is going to need. Because again, we have, especially in places like sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia, exploding middle-class communities who expect all the things that you and I have. Refrigerators, cars, big screen TVs, all of that takes power, all of that takes energy. So we have to leverage the opportunities that technology provides in order to capture that energy in a less climate-damaging way and in a more sustainable fashion.
Thank you. And building on this, let me try to zoom in once again, lastly, turning to the regional developments and ask what projects does the United States see as the most promising ones, if you like, to further promote regional energy cooperation and integration?
Well, thank you for the question. And this goes to a set of themes that I began working on when I was ambassador in Athens, working with former Prime Minister Tsipras and his cabinet, with Foreign Minister Kotzias. Greece occupies this particularly important piece of geography, connected to Europe, the southeast frontier of the European Union, the Balkan Peninsula, but also deeply tied to North Africa, to the Eastern Mediterranean. We had Cypriot Foreign Minister Kompos was here yesterday. He had a very good meeting with Secretary Blinken, where we've significantly elevated our strategic dialogue with the Republic of Cyprus. But we, the minister and I, also had a separate conversation focused on U.S. support for the Great Sea Interconnector, for prospects of deeper energy integration between Greece, Israel, Cyprus, Egypt, the opportunities with the Gregi Interconnector to bring inexpensive, clean power from Egypt north into Greece and then onward into the European market. The single most important determinant of the success of all of those Eastern Mediterranean and North African connector projects is going to be what we do in the Western Balkans. This is where the Prespis Agreement is so important, because it has unlocked a conversation about regional cooperation and interconnection. One important example the U.S. has strongly supported is the Greece-North Macedonia pipeline to bring gas from Alexandropoli north into North Macedonia, replacing Russian gas flows and the insecurity that that comes with, and building the opportunities for deeper economic and political cooperation. We would like to see the same thing happen with power interconnections. We need to build a huge increase in transmission. I've been having this conversation with the CEO of PPC and really applaud the transformation of PPC into a much more ambitious and market-driven organization. New investments in Romania, the possibility of being a significant multiplier for Greece's economic influence up through the Western Balkans, north as far as Ukraine. I was with Prime Minister Mitsotakis a couple of weeks ago in Vilnius at the 3C summit meeting, and one of the projects that I was proud to work on as ambassador was getting Greece into the 3Cs. But I was so glad to hear the Prime Minister Mitsotakis there talking about the importance of the Vertical Corridor project, which would create energy, power, and IT linkages north from Alexandropoli and Thessaloniki, all the way up through Bulgaria, Romania, into Moldova and Ukraine and beyond. So the connectivity from Greece northwards is something the United States strongly supports. It builds the larger vision that was embedded in the Prespis Agreement, but we are also very, very focused on the thousands of years of history that Greece has with the Eastern Mediterranean, with North Africa, with Egypt, and the opportunities to leverage that in order to advance a larger vision of regional cooperation.
Secretary Pyatt, dear Jeffrey, many, many thanks for sharing these insightful comments with us. And the excellent, as always, discussion. I suggest that we both literally and figuratively continue paddling on. Thank you.
Of far-right and nationalist forces, and the question is, which are the policies that can help us confront them? We have with us Mr. Stratos Fanaras, who is chairman and CEO of Metro Analysis, as well as Yannis Balampanidis, who is a political analyst, for half an hour. We lost the clock, I'm afraid. Anyway, a very interesting survey is going to be presented, which was conducted by Metro Analysis and Choose Strategic Communications Partner, Mr. Fanaras. big thank you, a warm thank you for the honor of being invited to the opening event of the Alexis Tsipras Institute. I wish that all your objectives may be achieved. And let me present to you what we have planned to present. We have, my colleague Yannis and I, we have decided to present you 3 units. Number 1, how did Europe vote from the electoral results? Secondly, how did Greece vote on the basis of the election results, but also on the basis of the exit poll? And subsequently, we will present to you the post-electoral research, which was assigned to us by Choose, in order to see whether the pre-electoral perceptions have are the same or close to those that we have seen after the election. And we have assigned the European part to Yannis, and I have been assigned the Greek part. So let's start by discussing how Europe has voted. So, Yannis Balabanidis. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure, and I would like to join in the wishes for all the best to the Institute. So now we have the result of the European elections. What happened in the European elections in general? This has strengthened this far right, European far right, which was a bit smaller than expected, lower than expected. The prospects were true, but only to some extent. You can see the results here. Both the center liberal group, Renew Europe, Macron, and the Greens group, which had done very well in the previous election, and we were then talking about a green wave, didn't do so well, while ECR and EPP, as well as the Identity and Democracy, where Marine Le Pen's party belongs. This is the group. These are 2 European parties, and there are some important parties such as Fidesz from Hungary and AfD in Germany, which are in the non-inscrit, the NI. So the pessimism about the extreme right prevailing in the European Parliament was did not become true. EPP and S&D continue to be the biggest party, but still this is not enough. With a few exceptions in Hungary, the extreme right lowered its results because of an opponent to Orban, but otherwise it has gone up. But over and above this success, the normalization, as we call it, of the far right is a fact. The cordon sanitaire, as we say, has been broken, and because in a series of countries the far right is already part of the government alliance or supports Italy, Finland, etc., or it is about to take over, such as in the Netherlands. So there is great visibility. Giorgia Meloni is one among the strong players. Marine Le Pen has obliged Emmanuel Macron to go to elections, etc. And there are some other things which we will be discussing later on. Part of the success of the extreme right, as some of the analysts presented, such as Cast Moody, has imposed its agenda, has managed to impose its agenda in an environment of perma-crisis. The insecurities and the fears have been shifted against the green transition, etc., etc. What at the same time, this success is also partly to the inadequacies of the EU itself. Looking at recent surveys, we will see that people are critical of the way that the EU has managed the crisis, and this has become a lever for questioning. And finally, you see the data from the last Eurobarometer before the election. What are the important issues? Poverty and social exclusion, public health, economy and jobs, and much lower than expected are the migration, democracy and rule of law, which are the issues that are instrumentalized by the extreme right. So let's move on. So we now move on to see how Greece has voted. This is the diagram showing participation in the European elections in Greece. This has been repeatedly pointed out that we had the lowest participation ever, 41%. Of course, we should take into account that there has been no cleaning up of the electoral lists, as well as the number of people who do not live in Greece anymore and are not interested in voting. But we see a participation of around 50% in Europe generally during the last two elections. So we're not far away. In Greece, things are a bit worse than compared to the rest of Europe as regards participation. What was impressive, it was by comparing the two exit polls, the recent one with the previous one, we always knew that people who vote are older, but in this case there was a further differentiation as regards the productive age groups, 35 to 54-year-olds. You see that the red line showing the age distribution of the voters has been limited to 32% compared to 37% in the previous election. And this, along with the further fall in the younger ages, the more than 55%, more than 1 in 2, were more older than 55 years old. So they are older people. So if we look at the 35 to 54 years old on the right-hand side, line before last, we have lost about 890,000 voters who did not appear in the election. That is, practically 1 million people decided not to take part in the election. Regarding the other issues that we looked at is the left and right. Such a drop in the number of voters affects, of course, all groups and categories. Everything went down, but it is important to look at the difference. The difference here shows that those who have actually abstained are those who characterize themselves as belonging to the center right. We had 260,000 fewer participants, and in the right, 252,000 voters abstained. Of course, there was a smaller number in every category, but these were the highest abstentions. So the reduction in the votes for New Democracy was not a vote, was not the result of people voting for other parties, but abstention, non-voting, etc. So this has created a situation whereby when we follow the view of Greeks regarding the EU, and you see the line that shows the acceptance of the EU during the past years, we have 52 who accept and 43%, which is non-negligible, have a negative attitude. So this has nothing to do with the domestic affairs or the political system. It is rather a more generalized view that the EU does not deal with the everyday problems of the people. And there's another dimension here, the ideological and political views, whereby the par excellence the people who par excellence are in favor of Europe are the people, those who belong to the center-right, while the left-leaning people are skeptical vis-à-vis the Union and the acceptance of its institutions. Let's move on to the ideological research survey, the day after the election, and I will present the identity in a nutshell. It was conducted along the Choose company. We have more than 1,000 participants from all over Greece. Let us proceed. There are two parts here as well. What does this mean to Europe? How do we perceive that what it means to Europe and for Greece? So the day after for Europe, the perception and what is the result of the European election. The first result is that we had elections on Sunday. Question, are you happy or unhappy by the result? Well, mostly the unhappy people prevail, 44%, and there is a 44% who say that they do not care, they're not interested, neither happy nor unhappy. What is interesting is that the same result prevails in every age group, and there is a correlation with the perception of their ideology. The more left-leaning, the greater the more unhappy. The more right-leaning, the greater the positive perception. Now, this is an interesting image. Which are the political powers that have been strengthened? The majority believe that was the far right. This is a perception, yes, because the extreme right has won, but not by as much as expected. But still, the perception is that that 60% of the people is that they have prevailed. And now, how about the social agenda? The expectations from the EU takes us back to what we were initially discussing, to the agenda of European citizens, which is the most important issue that Greeks expect the Europe to deal with, the cost of life, cost of living, and then health and education, and then this is followed by the security and immigration issues. As regards the perception of the EU being strengthened or weakened by the result in the immediate future, and mostly people believe that it is going to be weakened. This acceptance of Europe seems to be vulnerable in case of vis-à-vis results such as the election results. So, what do we see here? We see an ideological and political spectrum who are tending to the right, leaning to the right, who are happy by the electoral result, despite the smaller participation. But moving to the left, we see that people are unhappy for two reasons. First of all, because of the election result, because the left did not do so well. But secondly, it's a matter of the agenda itself, because their priorities are not taken into account. Their priorities have not been taken into account. And that is why much of what we see here is an alienation from Europe. Now, the reasons for abstention. This was an interesting part of our survey. A number of people who abstain, and we asked them for the reasons why they abstain. 50% said for practical reasons, but in our understanding, this means that political indifference. We do not consider that there are practical reasons. Yes, if it's too hot, or I was planning to go on holiday, yes. The number two is I do not trust politicians. This is 38%, so this is a trust issue, escalation compared to indifference. And number three is that the European Union and the European Parliament have no play in my life. So this is a full alienation. So we see that there is gradual escalation of their ideas and reasons. The political indifference prevails among the younger ages, 17 to 34, reaches the 58%, while the fact that Europe is not important for me, or I do not trust Europe, prevails among the productive age group, where people have not gone to, did not go to vote. We asked the same questions, happiness or unhappiness, about the results in Greece. This picture remains the same, and happiness is higher than happiness, satisfaction and dissatisfaction, and the profile remains the same, is that of that in Europe, which means that despite the differentiations in the pattern, the total perception is the same, both in Europe and in Greece. And then we asked people to tell us which are the forces that have had the best result. The same pattern, not exactly the same percentages, extreme right, or 25% they say the right, but by further analyzing this result, we understood that these people are not certain where this lies, where exactly this lies. These are parties which are on the right of New Democracy, but still they consider them to be center-right. And there were some initial questions. One of them was whether the result could question the stability of the government, and and we asked this after the election, and 57% would tell us that no, this is not a problem, but that was much higher before the election. So we see that there is some change here, some possibility of problem which the perception was different before the election. Those who believe that there is no reason to question the stability of the government are the older people who dislike anything that might destabilize their lives. So this is a horizontal pattern, not ideological. And we need to start asking the questions such as, do you believe that this government must go to elections at the end of the 4-year period of their mandate? Well, yes, they say yes, but this is only 55%, while before the elections the percentage was much higher. So the political perception is that Mr. Mitsotakis and his prevalence, his hegemony are not unquestionable. And here there is a question regarding the alternative. Are there forces that could threaten? Mr. Tsipras, could you tell us the age groups for which of the slides? This one, per age group. We will see that younger people, 17 to 24, should not be taken for granted. They have an issue which, or rather, our analysis of the younger people feel that they are outside the walls of the fortress that has been occupied by the older people. The younger ones are looking for alternatives. The problem is that these alternatives have not yet taken shape in the political spectrum, the political system. And this can be seen in the so-called unclear perspective for the center-left. The question is, what should the center-left do? Should they continue as they stand, or must there be a change? And the reply is that there is a need for further convergence. But of course, the what and the how is not up to the citizens to decide, but they feel that there is no second pole. So for the opposition has a lot to do. So we say that the right has grown, but not as much as expected. They want to impose their agenda, and there is a big issue, which is that the EU has a is distant from the citizens, and this distance is growing larger and larger. And we also see the power of the center-right, which can be hit by other political forces if they manage to offer a convincing alternative. So thank you very much, both of you. Is anybody going to give me a clock? Yes, there is a clock here. So we have 5.5 minutes. I need to keep the time. So 2.5 minutes each. Mr. Balabanidis, a short comment. We looked at the results and saw that yes, the extreme right has risen, but we do not have such a spectacular right that was being projected before the election. So are we within some limit whereby some policies which will be introduced can stop the rise of the extreme right. So I will be very brief. As regards the rise of the extreme right, this is a real problem, whether the forecasts were vindicated or not. Not only because they have come to government that the cordon sanitaire has been broken, not only because they bring about new political issues, but because they are establishing themselves at the heart of Europe. The European family is changing, and many analysts have noted that the Euroscepticism of all these parties has diminished in recent years because it's not necessary. They feel that they can change the agenda from the inside. And as regards the agenda, which we saw how the extreme right is stepping on many fears, but there is an agenda of the politicization of the European project once more, and this is an agenda that relies on the most precarious political social classes, especially if we look at the case of France. So, Mr. Van Maras, let us conclude the huge abstention rate. You have explained, you have somehow explained the reasons for that, but the question is, does this abstention create a new condition, a new situation, whereby the political parties can find or not find new voters, because some of them have stayed at home? Listen, what we do is we use a very strong pattern. The image is that there is a castle where some people live and are protected, and there is a desert outside. The young people live in the desert, and the older people live inside the castle. Some of them, they have secured some rights, some of which they have lost during the crisis, but they feel safer. So the situation has changed. The disadvantage, as we used to call them, are not thinking about destroying the castle. No, destruction is not in their plans, but they want to go in there and claim what they believe belongs to them. But so this has created mobility in the movement in the political spectrum, which cannot be actually defined. There is a fragmentation which reemerges among the right parties and among the center right, also because of the numbers, and mainly, I would like to repeat, because of the agenda of to which all the systemic parties agree. So this is the big question. Those who do not participate in the political life, can they be mobilized on the basis of which agenda, and on what should we promise them? So, ladies and gentlemen and politicians, there is a huge challenge here, and a possibility for things to be done in order to represent these people and to avoid having the younger generations turning their back to politics. The younger generations want to leave their childhood bedrooms. So thank you very much, Mr. Valavanidis and Mr. Fanaras.
Πολύ μου άρεσε να συντονίζω. Εντάξει, καλά να...
I really enjoyed
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elaine Popoulias. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here today. And I would especially like to thank the Tsipras Institute for the kind invitation to participate. Let me just take a minute also to commend the Institute's efforts to convene this forum dedicated to peace and sustainable development, and specifically because it puts at the center of the discussions the achievement and the legacy of the Prespa Agreement. It's a vital opportunity to learn from those who were at the helm of brokering this important agreement, who took bold leadership to begin to remove a barrier to peace and reconciliation in Southeast Europe, and specifically the Greek leaders that championed the agreement, Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Kotsias, and their North Macedonian counterparts, Mr. Zaev and Mr. Dimitrov, who really dedicated decades of their efforts to bring it about. History perhaps will see it as just a moment, but I would like to think of it as a moment with a long duration that produce a momentum that needs sustenance. Sustenance for the very reason that the last panel of discussants alluded to, for this young generation in Southeast Europe that deserves a future of prosperity and stability of all kinds. It should really be unimaginable to our generation to ask of the younger ones to step into the future carrying historical burdens and conflicts. We should not ask it. It's an unfair burden. I now have the honor to convene this very distinguished and accomplished panel of politicians, activists, and scholars to consider what policies can help confront the rise of the far right and nationalist forces. Joining us via video link is Martin Schulz, the president of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. I will ask each panelist to give some opening remarks before we delve into the discussions today. Mr. Schulz, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your invitation and for your introduction. I'm very afraid I would join you, but prefer to join you directly, but by private and family reason, I explained it to Alexis. It's impossible for me to join you, and so I am very grateful that you accept to include me via video in the panel debate. One opening remark about the Prespa agreement and the role of Alexis Tsipras and Zoran Zaev and the teams of both serving as prime ministers of their respective countries in that moment. For me, a historical step, a step which was without any precedent in the region to solve problems in that way. And I think what we faced after the agreement, and the agreement was only possible because both personalities put the whole weight, the whole political weight in that process, with a kind of link of the individual role to the project by running the risk to win or to lose everything, which shows in my eyes that two statesmen were acting in that moment. The result afterwards was, in my eyes, one of the moments I was really ashamed about the European Union. After what both nations voted, after what both statesmen did, to realize the agreement as a precondition to opening the access negotiations for North Macedonia to the European Union. So both countries sticking to the promises they had given to the European Union and expecting that the European Union was sticking to the promises they made to both countries, that in the moment of the agreement, the negotiation would be immediately started. The European Council refused to do so by a veto of France. Everybody knows it. In my eyes, this is a political betrayal, and the European Union repeatedly has taken such decisions, is running the risk to lose every credibility. And this is in international politics, in my eyes, an enormous risk. Therefore, I hope that there is in future more women and men courageous as Zaev and Tsipras, and less people tactically playing as the heads of states and government of the European Union in that moment.
Thank you. We will now turn to Mr. Walter Bayer, who is president of the Party of the European Left and candidate for the European Commission.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank the Alexis Tsipras Institute for having created this wonderful opportunity. And I would also say that the anniversary of the Prespa Agreement is an excellent occasion to talk on the possibilities and the virtues of an honest dialogue, and also on the fact that the left can contribute to the peaceful and political solution of international conflicts. And secondly, I would like to say that the event which we have today, this dialogue, is very timely. We see now in France, for example, the collision between the two blocs. On the one side, the far right, the nationalist right, the neo-fascist right, and on the other side, the new popular front, which presents itself not only, so to say, as a political or an ethical alternative to the far right, but also with a strong social and ecological agenda. And I think this is the key in the question how to address the problem of the far right. In the previous discussion, it was said that the rise of the far-right parties in the European elections was less dramatic than expected. Everything is relative. Is the glass half empty? Is the glass half full? But numbers are stubborn things. And the numbers tell that if you sum up the seats of the ID group, the ECR group, Fidesz and AfD, you come to 175, 176, and this is not so, that is actually more than the Social Democrats have, and it's not so much distant from that what the Conservatives have. And this means for me that this discussion takes place under the condition that all parties in the European Parliament, and particularly those who form again the Grand Coalition, are under a dramatically increased pressure of the far right. And I interpret that what we see now in the discussions about the distribution of the top jobs is also an expression of the fact of this increased pressure. And to finish these introductory remarks, I would like to say that we need in the progressive camp a compass on how to fight the far right, and I see 3 direction points. One is, it is of course a moral and an ethical issue, and we cannot compromise by any way to the xenophobic, racist, anti-gender, hate agenda of the far-right parties. And sorry to say so, in this respect, I find the recently decided migration pact as a disgrace for the European Union, as well as the agreements with autocrats in Northern Africa. It is the proof that the European Union actually has a strong workers' agenda, an agenda of hope, in order to dry out the possibilities of the far right. And finally, I'm very happy that somebody from France is joining us today, because I'm optimistic by profession. And that's why I think that the fact that the left in France, beyond all difficulties, seem to be able to unite against the far right is a role model for what we have to do on the European level. We need to unite. We need to unite with the trade unions. We need to create an agenda of hope. And if we do so, we have a very good chance to win over the far right parties and stop their rise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we turn to Mr. Stefano Stefano, the General Secretary of the Central Committee of AKEL, the Progressive Party of the Working People of Cyprus.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this interesting panel for this very timely, topical issue, the rise of the far right in Europe and the need to face this risk. First of all, we have to acknowledge that unfortunately in the last years it has not been made possible to harness, to contain the rise of far right. It's just that each time we have elections, we ring the bells, the danger bells, but then the next day it's business as usual. And this is mainly related and due to the prevalent elite in Europe. I am very angry when I hear either the European institutions who are dominated by the right, or right-wing parties or right governments to talk about far right, and then to see the right not to have any problem in many countries to collaborate as governments with the far right parties. Right now we have 4 member states in Europe who have a collaboration between right and far right parties: Italy, Sweden, Finland, Croatia. And we have another member state where we have an interparliamentary collaboration between the right and the left, which is the Czech Republic. How convincing are we when on the one hand we shout about the risk of the far right, and on the other hand, especially the right-wing parties, collaborate with the far right when they want to ensure their governance and their power? It just confirms what we say, we who are in the left, and I think that all progressive people say so, that the right faces the far right quite often as a backup. And you understand that when you see the far right as a backup, you don't tackle it. That's one point. The second point is that if we want to have policies to face decisively the far right, we need first of all to see what are the causes that feed the far right, what are the reasons that feed the far right, in order to close this tap that feeds the far right. And if we take this approach, indubitably we have to see the social causes, and we have to observe that usually the far right, if not in all cases, in most cases, the far right is fed by areas which are downgraded: poverty, marginalization, alienation. And this environment creates what was mentioned yesterday by Faye Makadasi in her statistical data. And it says that in such environments where we have more problems, we have pressure, there is frustration, disappointment, insecurity, threat, fear. And I have to say that unfortunately, this threat and fear are fed by also mainstream policies. Usually we try to face something with threat and fear, and this climate creates a very favorable ground, very fertile ground for far-right to fish people. We have a representative from France, and she can confirm or belie me. I think I remember having read that some time ago when we started studying the far-right in Cyprus, because we have also a rise of the far-right in Cyprus with the annex of Golden Dawn in Cyprus. Here in Greece they are imprisoned, but in Cyprus they are in the parliament, and now they are in the European Parliament. So the party of Father Le Pen had fished voters, and had mass support in bastions of the left in the 80s towards the 90s. So this should be a learning for us. What should that learning be? That we cannot adopt and implement policies that actually enlarge inequalities and broaden inequalities, poverty, marginalization, alienation, and we exert more pressure with these policies on the people, and people are disappointed. They feel pessimistic, they feel angry, and they want to express somehow their reaction, even if this is a reflex, a reaction to what they feel. And when the traditional political system fails to provide solutions, then people, the citizens, seek solutions in anti-systemic elements as they perceive them in order to face this situation. And where do they go? They go towards the far right. It has been mentioned and has been discussed yesterday, especially we discussed about the policies implemented in the European Union. I am not against the European Union, quite the contrary. I have a vision of a European construct, but we have to see what is the content of this and what are the policies. Are we certain that the policies implemented by the dominant elite in the EU really serve social cohesion? Or rather, do they serve inequalities and social inequalities? I think it was mentioned yesterday by Evgenia Fotoniata in the discussion. Evgenia Fotoniata has given us some results from her survey, and she said that the figures show that, yes, the crises are tackled in the way they are tackled, but usually they are tackled with a high social cost, at a high social cost, which enlarges inequalities, which broadens the pressure on the people. And this, of course, increases disappointment and this feeling of fatality and this fertile ground, as we said, for the far right. I will give you a very small example, a very short one. We had the increase of inflation. What did the European Central Bank decide? And of course, the ECB decides without any control and without any accountability. They decided to increase the interest rates to harness inflation because they want to not let the social strata, especially as we go downwards, to consume, because consumption adds to the inflation. So according to them, according to the ECB, the only way is to make life of the citizens even more difficult and have them consume less. In Cyprus, this increased the revenues of banks by 1 billion euros. At the same time, we have an increase of NPLs, the non-performing loans, because the citizens have to pay more expensive loans. Can you convince the borrower that in the context of these democratic procedures that we are following, and by supporting a party of the democratic parties, that they will face their problem? You will not succeed. And this is why the far right in Cyprus and in other European states talk about the pressure of these parties on the society. This is a traditional left agenda, but the far right uses this part of the agenda, and they use it and they put it in theirs. So the pattern is worsening of the problems, impossibility to find solutions. This goes to the system, and therefore the people who are suffering try to find an anti-systemic power. And the far right presents itself as an anti-systemic power. Of course, this is not enough. We need to have other things as well for the far right to be able to fish mass voters. Migration is one issue, very important and very serious, and also the so-called national issues. We discussed yesterday about the Prespa agreement, and we saw the manifestations, the rallies against the Prespa agreement. We have national issues elsewhere in Cyprus with the Cyprus issue. The far right in Cyprus is very, very harsh. They don't want to hear about any conciliatory agreement that would lead to a sustainable solution. As here in Greece, the far right played a very important role together with the right. In other European states as well, we have the same. We see that in the EU. The far right is leading the Euroscepticism. The far right does not want to promote the EU integration. They want to go back to the nation state because this is how they address themselves to the instincts of the people and the feelings of the people. So, speaking about the need to face the far right, first of all, we have to change the policies that are prevailing and are implemented and feed the far right. In concluding, and I apologize for abusing your time, I want to talk about a new phenomenon that we have seen in Cyprus. It was in the front pages in Cyprus, the phenomenon Phidias, a YouTuber, a TikToker, 24 years old. 15 days ago, 15 days before the elections, he, in the polls, he had 1 to 3%. In the last poll, 10 days before the elections, it was the Alpha channel, suddenly we see Phidias at 8.5%, comment by the elections expert. If he remains in these percentages, it is most possible that he will get one of the 6 seats of Cyprus. Then we had an avalanche. In 7 days, he skyrocketed to 20%, third party, behind the right-wing party and behind us. And he got 1 seat. And the most characteristic thing is that he says, I don't do politics. I know nothing about politics. I have nothing to propose to you. When I go to the European Parliament, I will learn. This is what he said. I'm not exaggerating. So we have a case, a person who is apolitical, who is voted horizontally, not just by younger ages, but also older people, 20% of the votes, and he goes to the European Parliament. And I will conclude with what Vangelis Kalpadakis said in his introduction yesterday morning, that we need to see how we bring policy and politics to the society. I am very, very concerned with the Phidias phenomenon, because this phenomenon in reality is that the politics becomes not politics. And I don't know what is the relationship that this will have with the far right the day after. In other countries, we have also YouTubers and TikTokers who win elections and who go to the European Parliament. So let's be very careful about politics, but we need to have politics which is social politics if we want to face the far right. And for God forbid, no collaboration with the far right when we are at such a risk. And I think that the left is consistent. It is not the left who is collaborating with the far right. I will conclude with a very optimistic message. I believe that what is happening now in France with the front by the left and the progressive part of the society can pave the way for what comes next as regards tackling the far right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The member of the Greens European Free Alliance group in the European Parliament. She was also co-president of that group from 2016 to 2022. Ska, the floor is yours.
Sorry, microphone issue. Hello everyone, thank you very much for having me. It's very nice to discuss this not so nice topic with you, but I do think it's very important that we talk about it and that we think also what are the different proposals and what are the different ideas, and that's what I'm hoping more. I don't have the solution for that, unfortunately, how to fight far right, but I've obviously had a lot of thoughts about that, and also quite some defeats we had recently. So we heard a lot about how important it is to have social policies or how poverty and exclusion supports far right. And 2 years ago, I would have said the same. And I still think it's a relevant part of it, but I don't anymore think it's even the biggest bit. And certainly that might be different in different areas. But talking about the German experience, we see how the far right gets a lot of support also in areas which are totally well off, which are absolutely happy, they have a good income, they have a house, they have 2 cars, I don't know what, education's not the problem, but still they get the support. They get a lot of support in all areas, be it poor or be it well off. I don't know if there's any numbers and statistics yet about rich people, but anyway. They get a lot of support across the age groups. Young people used to be progressive, now they're not anymore, or like many not. I mean, the young people vote very differentiated, but a lot of them vote the far right, and that's a new phenomena. So something's wrong here, but it's not just a social issue. And I'm anyway in favor of, but I don't think anymore that this is going to solve our far right problem, at least not in all places. There seems to be a lot of fear, there seems to be a lot of insecurity, and that's not always even rational. I mean, of course, when a fear is there, it's there and you have to address it. But it's not necessarily a fear that you can back up with statistics, or you can say, oh yeah, right, you have a fear of, I don't know, losing your job because there's a real risk. No, there's not necessarily a real risk around that. There's a lot of generalized, I don't know, fear, there's a lot of generalized hatred and anger. And it's very difficult to understand why. I mean, you know, what's the reason? You can always have good reasons to be angry, but there seems to be this generalized hatred and anger against pretty much the whole world. I think that's very concerning, and I don't think we're going to get out of there just with social policy. Again, I do think it's very important and certainly also contributes, but this underlying fear of change is not just one of fear of losing your social standards. It's one, it's like, I don't want to hear what the world has to say. I don't want to have any change. I don't want to see anything. I don't want to have anything to change. I just want to go back to some past that never happened. And I find that very worrying, because if there's a fear or an anger and an unwillingness to discuss any sort of change, how are you going to create that positive vision? Because a positive vision is usually something else is different. How are you going to address all the current problems that we have? I mean, we have a war ongoing in Europe. We have the climate crisis. I mean, we need to change things in order to keep the wealth that we have alive and running. We need to change things in order to, stay basically as well off, let's say, as we are, and even get more well off. And how are we going to do that if there's such an unwillingness to talk about anything related to change? I do think there's also a lot of fear of losing control to whatever, be it to climate crisis, be it to some sort of migration, be it to anything. And yeah, that's very, very difficult to tackle. I also think that it's very much related to never having had any experience of, I can have an impact, I can have a change. Because, you know, for example, in school, we don't learn how we're having a positive impact. We don't do things like we're voting on, I don't know, what should happen in the schoolyard. Are we going to paint it blue or pink, or are we going to have a soccer field, or are we going to have a volleyball field? We're not doing that. We're learning about democratic systems. I don't know, I learned in school how the US system works. I don't know why. Never learned about how the European system works or anything. But children are not learning that, and people are going to, sure, they're going to vote in the elections, okay, less and less, but still some go, but that has a very indirect change. But there's very little personal experience of, I can make a difference, I have control over the situation, because I do something, I don't know, I start a small local citizens movement in order to save the tree or whatever, and I have a positive impact. I think when people have that, that's a sort of creating resilience and creating an experience of being self-sufficient or having power. And if people are feeling powerless, that's not good for democracy. Very scary is that in the recent elections for the European Union, for the European Parliament in Germany, sorry to talk a lot about the German experience, but it's been very scary. You see a huge, huge difference, well, not huge difference, unfortunately, but in the former East and current East, and I'm from the East, we have a majority for the far right. They are also very strong in the West, which is former and current West, a big support, but they're not the strongest. So what is contributing here? That's a thing that a lot of historians and sociologists are fighting over. I'm not sure we have reached a conclusion, but there seems to be, again, I think it's pretty much what I already talked about, is not having any experience of having power about changing things, having this constant changes in your life already. You already lived through different currencies, different systems, etc. That creates this fear of change, possibly. But again, that's just educated guesses. That's nothing where you can pinpoint for certain. Okay, sure, those things contribute, but there's never any one factor, never any number one reason. Yeah, so that's a big problem. We also see that seems to be a trendy. You know, it's a trendy thing to vote for the far right. You know, at some point, 5 years ago, it was trendy to vote for the Greens. That has changed. Now it's trendy to vote, and hip and cool, and I don't know what, to vote for the far right, which I think is very scary because it has real-life implications. But that's how it goes. And also then, what do we do about this? I find this uniting forces interesting. I mean, it has sort of worked in the Netherlands. Social Democrats and Greens united, and we had like 1 seat more than the far right. Yes. In France, we're trying our best. Wonderful. But is that really the solution? Because in a democracy, you should have choices. I mean, there's a reason for why we have different parties. It's a good reason. You know, it's wonderful. We should have different parties because we're having different priorities, or we're having different ways how to approach things. If we're uniting, then we're just becoming one big soup. And then it's like the big soup with everything in it, or the far right. Is that really how we create an appetite for democracy? Question mark. Also, the young voters in Germany, they voted far right, or they voted for progressive small parties. They voted for this pan-European Volt Party, which is progressive. They voted for the Animal Protection Party, like small, really small parties that also got support. And that is very diversified. So do we really want to be only, like, sometimes we don't have a different choice, right? But is that really the way forward, to just be this big bowl of soup to go along? And then we have all these expectations of the European Union. The European Union should do more social policies, and I totally agree with that. However, there's not so much the EU can do in that. We don't have the competence, and I know competence is a very, very dry word, but there's a reason for that. And the housing crisis is something we're not going to be able to tackle at the European level. We can support, we can do stuff, but in the end, it's not going to happen at the EU level. So we have these huge expectations of the EU needing to be more social and more addressing people's everyday problems. I sign up to all of this, but there's very limited amount of things that you can do in that. So here we have a dilemma as well. How can we make Europe more social, more day-to-day without actually being? I'm not sure it's also so great to just pretend to be something, but there I do think there is a problem there. So I have more questions than answers, and I think it's an urgent question. I'm very happy that we can debate it together.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Magnus Skold, who serves as a liaison for international affairs of the Social Democratic Alliance in the Icelandic Parliament.
Thank you, Elaine. Honored Prime Minister, distinguished guests, I want to start by thanking you for the invitation to speak here. It's a great honor to be here with you today and to listen to these great speakers here as well, and all those who've been speaking at this conference since yesterday. I think I should actually get, or we all should actually get university credits for sitting here. It's been so interesting. Now, I have my feet in two worlds. So, as you rightly mentioned, I'm the liaison for international affairs at the Social Democratic Alliance in Iceland. I'm also a vice member of parliament, but my main work is actually as an associate professor of politics at Bifröst University in Iceland. So I want to address this issue a little bit through my political science perspective, but also as a politician, of course, as well. Now, I want to start with perhaps mentioning that the nation state is the most successful and powerful social entity that we humans have created. It has a huge role in our lives and a great impact on how we live our lives. And thus we are also obliged to take part in its function. Now, nationalism, an ideology that sprung up in the 18th and then for real in the 19th century, created this phenomenon, the nation state, and national identity actually replaced, in many ways, religion as a primary identity here in Europe. Now, I suppose there is a disproportionate number of political scientists in this room, so I reckon you know John Plamenat's theories on nationalism. He was actually Montenegrin, a scholar who spent his academic career at Oxford University, but he came up with these two forms of nationalism, the civic nationalism, which he sort of connected to how nationalism is in the United States and perhaps in France, although recent developments perhaps don't point to that being completely accurate. And then there's the ethnic nationalism, which was rather connected to the blood, being related and being of the same stock, sort of. While civic nationalism, you could join a nation just by becoming a citizen. I'm here, of course, as a Nordic person. I'm Icelandic and thus part of the family of nations called the Nordic nations, and they are historically ethnic nationalists. Stefanos mentioned that in the 3 Nordic countries that are members of the European Union, we have 2 countries where the far right or the hard right is either in government or supporting the government, Finland and Sweden. However, nationalism in the Nordic countries has taken on a specific form in the last decades, you could say, post-war period, perhaps due to influence from social democratic politics and policies, so that it has this progressivist streak, and it manifests in the idea of Scandinavian exceptionalism, saying that our societies are better than others. And only yesterday, the former foreign minister of Northern Macedonia mentioned that the Balkans, we are no different than the Scandinavians. They are no better than us. And that is absolutely true, of course not. But this is something that is ingrained in the nations of the North, and they believe that their societies, they don't want to think of it as racism or but it's a manifestation of nationalism that we think our societies are somehow better than other societies we see in the neighborhood. Now, as I mentioned, there are 3 of the 5 Nordic countries in the European Union. My country is not one of them. Denmark joined in 1973 because of the UK. It had its vital interests in trade with the United Kingdom, so it had to follow it into this entity, which it didn't really like. However, it did go in. Norway applied at the same time, 1972, turned it down, due mostly to nationalist ideas. Of course, disguised as economic ideas, but you know, everything about the EU is, or EC at the time, is what can we say, a political project disguised in economic ideas. In 1994, Finland, Sweden and Norway had applied again, and there were referendums in those countries back then. Finland had a comfortable margin of 57% saying yes to joining. Sweden had a less comfortable margin of 52%. And there is a saying that if they had not had their national thing that they put in the lip, it's a tobacco they put in the lip, they call it snus. If that had not been accepted by the European Union, there was a likelihood it would be banned when they entered. They would have turned it down straight off. Norway, however, said no. Now, Iceland came out of the Second World War with nationalism triumphant, while the whole continent was facing the horrors of nationalism. Iceland was transfixed by nationalist ideas because we founded the Republic on the 17th of June, 1944. So yesterday we had 80 years, an 80-year anniversary of the Icelandic Republic, and got rid of Danish rule after 600 years. Icelandic nationalism is pretty much like, or has been described by scholars to be similar to German nationalism in the way that it is the nationalism of the inferior. Feelings of inferiority create ideas of superiority. So Iceland never had, or has for a very long time not had the problem of nationalist, populist parties, because nationalism has been ingrained into the traditional parties. And our party, the party that has been largest and most influential in Icelandic politics since the Second World War, the Independence Party, center-right party. Yeah, I mean, its name says it all. It's the Independence Party. Also, the socialists in Iceland were very nationalist, and their nationalism manifested in being anti-NATO. However, the Social Democrats, my party, were always rather internationalist, fortunately. We have other parties as well, and for instance, the Agrarian Progressive Party, which is also quite patriotic, if you can use that word. Now, we of course applied for the EU in 2009, less than 1 year after our financial crash in 2008, where the 3 biggest banks in Iceland, which had a current account of tenfold of the GDP of the country, collapsed in under a week, and we had to go to the IMF for assistance. But unfortunately, that application didn't go anywhere, particularly because of opposition from within the government. The socialists were in government with the Social Democrats at the time. The Social Democrats are very pro-European. However, the socialists were anti-European, basically on sort of remnant from the anti-NATO days, nationalism, a remnant from those days. So before the election in 2013, they decided to put the application process on ice. And after the election, we had the Independence Party and the Progressive Party in majority, forming a government and sending a letter to Brussels saying that they had ceased the accession discussions. So what fuels populist parties? It's, of course, as has been mentioned, economic disparities. It's immigration and the sense that the country, the borders are porous and the country is insecure. It's cultural identity and nationalism, of course, as I've mentioned, and distrust in national politics. They have 10 common characteristics. That is the nationalism and nativism. They are against multiculturalism. They are exclusionary, creating an idea of us versus them. They usually have a charismatic authoritarian leader. They are anti-elitist. They speak in the name of the people. They have simple solutions to complex problems. They are moralist rather than practical, protectionist rather than liberal. They have illiberal social values, usually, traditional family values, they are sometimes called, anti-LGBTQ+, and sometimes Christian values as well, and they are Eurosceptic. Now, in Norway and Denmark, I mentioned already that we have populist parties in government in Finland and supporting the government in Sweden. However, in Norway and Denmark, we have social democratic governments. They have, to an extent, had to adjust their policies to counter the rise of the far right. The Danish Social Democratic Party went much further than the Norwegian party did in many ways adopting the policies of the far right when it comes to immigration in particular. And the problem is, of course, that as Stefanos mentioned earlier on, that the classical constituency of Social Democrats have been moving to the hard right. And this was in Denmark successful in the way that they managed to get their people back with adjusting their policies in this way. Norway has went through a terrible election in 2019 where the Social Democrats thought they would win, but they didn't have any answers to the immigration questions they faced during that election campaign, so they lost. However, they took 2 years to sort of review their policies and have now come up with policies which are intended to tackle the fears of the nation when it comes to immigration and asylum seekers, perhaps in particular, while maintaining a humane and fair and sustainable basis in their policy, and a strict adherence to international law and international agreements when it comes to the rights of asylum seekers. Now, perhaps I'm overstepping my time here a bit, so I'll not talk about the political situation in particular in Iceland. We have a new party, which is a hard-right party called the Centre Party, and it has been taking voters away from the Independence Party, the traditionally big right-wing party. So they have adopted, you could say, or aggressively moved to the right on immigration to stop the flow to the Centre Party. However, that has not served them well. They are just around under 18% in opinion polls now, while we in the Social Democratic Alliance are riding high. There will be elections in hopefully just over a year, so we are planning to take over the country by then. When it comes to which policies we should put in the forefront to counter them. I think we should not adopt their agenda and stick to our roots as egalitarian, compassionate, and progressive, although it is necessary to acknowledge the voters' fears. You know, people don't want want their parties to ignore their fears and write them off as racists. It's much better to engage the conversation and do so in an egalitarian, compassionate, and progressive way. Don't work with them, like Stefanos said. I think we should keep the cordon sanitaire around these parties. We should emphasize social policies to lessen inequality. We should also, as Ska mentioned, promote education for empowerment and inclusion. I think that is very important. Increase transparency in government to lessen the distrust in what politicians are doing, and to promote civic engagement, and in particular actively embrace young men and boys, particularly in the education system, to prevent them becoming excluded, prevent apathy and crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now have joining us by video link Ellie Schlein, who's a member of the Italian Parliament and since March 2023, the first female leader of the Democratic Party. Welcome, Ellie. You've just joined a very rich discussion on policies to counterbalance the rise of the right, and we look forward to hearing your contributions to this topic.
Thank you very much. I have to apologize. I wanted to be with you personally, but unfortunately we are fighting hard in the Italian Parliament against some of the reforms that the right-wing government of Giorgia Meloni is pushing to reform the constitution and the region system. So I'm sorry I cannot be directly there with you. I want to thank all the other speakers. It's a pleasure also to see some good friends over there. And I want to thank Alexis Tsipras for this very important occasion. As we are discussing, it's true that in the last European election, we saw the rise of some extreme right nationalist forces across different European countries. Let me give you an experience from Italy, where unfortunately these forces are already in government. They won the political election in September 2022, and we can already see the dramatic effects of these governments because they have started cutting welfare, they have started cutting pensions, and the public health system here in Italy. You can imagine it's a very hard situation. We have read in the last weeks data showing that one Italian every 10 people is in absolute poverty. So you can imagine what it means in a country where we are fighting on minimum wage because we lack a legislation on minimum wage, and we have more than 3.5 million of people that are poor even if they have a job. So this is a very difficult situation here. But we managed, as Partito Democratico in the last European election, to gain 5 points and also 350,000 votes. And so we managed to cut by half the distance with Giorgia Meloni's party, Fratelli d'Italia, in just 1 year. What did we do to try to in a way, rebuild credibility of the party is insisting a lot on social justice, on climate, on the industrial plan that lacks in this country, but we need desperately also across the European Union. That's why we are insisting on going on with the idea of common investments, like, for example, the Next Generation EU plan is an extraordinary occasion to build new quality jobs and also new enterprises according to a new model of development that finally meets a balance with the planet. So we are insisting about the material conditions of people here, starting from our fight to avoid the cuts to welfare and to the public health system. In this country, you can wait up to 1.5 years for a medical examination. It means that who is rich already can, in a way, go to the private system, but who doesn't own these resources on their own are cut off. They are giving up medical care. So you can understand that these issues are very important in the political debate in this country right now. And also, together with the other opposition forces, we have pushed for a reform on minimum wage that I mentioned before. And according to the polls, this is something that is wanted by 70% of the Italians. It means that with such proposal, we are also entering the houses of people who actually voted for Giorgia Meloni and the right wing in the last political election. And this is working. And we have to insist on the social dimension, because it's true. You have said, I mean, the nationalists are always in history fueled by fear. And in a changing world, with the return of wars, with the pandemic, with climate change, there is a lot of fear. And fears are never to be minimized or blamed. They have to be understood deeply. But if the nationalists are very effective in a voted party among the younger voters, and we managed also to be the most voted party in the southern part of the country. As you know, inequalities have risen very strongly in the past years, and especially in the southern part of Italy. So what we are trying to do is putting at the very core of our program these social issues, and obviously also climate issues, because you know Italy is one of the very fragile countries in front of the climate emergency. And we are trying to, in a way, build a new narrative on how the green transition, if accompanied by common investment, can effectively improve people's lives. The right wing here is denying openly climate change, but in this way, they're not helping farmers and they're not helping enterprises. We can help them if we take them by hand and we go with them through these processes, through these transitions, avoiding that fear and avoiding that anyone is left behind. So these are a little bit the issues on which we are insisting to rebuild a strong stance of the Partito Democratico in Italy. We are today having a rally together with the other opposition. It's the first time we unite our forces against the reforms of the right wing here that are putting at danger our democracy. They are weakening our democracy. So what I can say is that we should not leave internationalism to the nationalist forces. I can remember, Alexis, very well when you, Ska, and Pablo were together on stage many years ago. I think we should team up and unite our forces around our common values. We cannot see political violence anymore. It's very dramatic what happened to Matthias Ecke in Germany, but I want to warn you that last week in the parliament in Italy, we see the aggression of some members of the parliament of the right-wing parties against a member of the opposition. So together we have to say no to political violence, to say no to extreme rights, and that's why with the European Socialist Party, we signed together a commitment not to go into any coalition with the ECR and the ID in the European Parliament. It's very important for us, I was hearing before, to keep the cordon sanitaire. It's very important on the priorities of the next European Commission and the next European Parliament, and we will fight in this way. So I thank you for this occasion to confront our experiences. It's always a pleasure also to get some new ideas and thoughts. Let me say we have much more in common than the nationalist forces on social justice, on minimum wage, on climate, on civil rights, and on defending the right of women and LGBTQI communities. That's particularly important against the attacks of the extreme right. So thanks a lot.
And last but certainly not least, Alice Barbet, who is the Director General of the Academy for Future Leaders in France. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It feels good to be here. It feels like Davos, but with the good guys. It's really like a family. I really want to express my gratitude for being here to you, Alexis, and to everybody, co-panelists. It feels like also, beside from being Davos with the good guys, we're in the middle of an anti-illiberal democracy movement, and I want to express my friendship to everybody in this room for that. Because as you know, time is hard for French people. We're very depressed at the moment. When I was invited, I really wanted to prepare a speech about the risk of the far right, but we're there. Last week, President Macron decided to dissolve the parliament, the National Assembly. We're going to have legislative elections within 2 weeks, and it's very likely that by then, Marine Le Pen's party will take power and take the government, and it's very likely that we will have a prime minister, either Marine Le Pen or Jordan Bardella, her deputy, to become the head of the government. So it's not a good time. But if I remember well, the question asked is, which policies can help confront the far right? I've been fighting for 3 years against them. And before answering that, I can tell you that the rise of the far right is not only political. It's been also the product of some kind of very meta-political work in Europe, everywhere, in France. They've been preparing for 40 years to take power. I mean, beyond traditional parties, we can identify right now in France about 14 far-right movements, from the ecologist far right to the little Nazi. They're gathering under the banner of Le Pen. They're also gathering under the banner of some even further right movements, such as Reconquête, an even more extremist party that has helped actually Le Pen to centralize her speech and make her look very normal. They are prepared because they are good. They have schools, they have media, they're good at data, they're good at social media, they have money. And I come back to the money thing later, but I think this is very crucial for us. Those methods they use exist everywhere in Europe. They are coordinated. Jordan Bardella has been training with Viktor Orban. They all know Steve Bannon, and I'm sure, Signora Schlein, that you're very aware of what's going on this side. They do go to summer camps. They learn how to dress, talk, say the same thing, be similar. In France, we have identified 4 schools of far right. They have trained approximately 4,000 people on politics, business, media. They teach about nationalist economy. They galvanize the anti-immigrants theories, such as the big replacement, le grand remplacement, which is a very, very stupid and disgusting concept, arguing that immigrants, Muslim people obviously, have a plan to replace the white race. And they directly fund and train influencers. Speaking of influencers, in France we now have 45 influencers that reach more than 1 million views per month. Progressive influencers addressing political issues in France don't exist. They're barely seen. We don't talk about them. And the far-right nerds, they know their shit. Like, they use hashtags, selfies, TikTok. The case of Tsipras is a very eloquent one to me. Jordan Bardella has 1.6 million followers on TikTok. No other politician in France would reach that level. I cannot blame French politicians. They barely know how to take a selfie. But another eloquent example is in Italy. Matteo Salvini has completely understood the importance of selfies. When he addresses a crowd, he wouldn't speak that much, but he would spend 2 hours taking selfies because he knows that one selfie would reach on average 40 people. Matteo Salvini has more followers than Emmanuel Macron and Merkel, and he has more interaction than Donald Trump himself. And this is also happening not only online, but on grassroots mobilizations. Non-profits exist. Far-right non-profits exist, standing against abortion, standing against LGBTQ movements, standing against immigrants, so-called activists fighting migrants in the mountain, or donating money to white homeless people, but not people of colors. And those are non-profits. They live out of donation, which means that there is a tax exemption here. My taxes pay their organization. We have donors as well in France. The biggest French business angel, called Pierre-Edouard Sterrin, first business angel billionaire, who has decided to give all his fortune, 1 billion euros, to his foundation, a foundation for so-called common good. We also have donors from other countries, obviously Russia with Konstantin Malofev, Putin's bear, who is funding anti-abortion campaign and anti-gay movement all across Europe. Billionaires like Vincent Bolloré in France, but we can also talk about those coming from the church. But Vincent Bolloré is owning mass media in France and proud to claim that he's coordinating right now the campaign of Marine Le Pen to take over power. Recently, there's been a report launched by the European Youth Parliament Forum release saying that there's been in Europe 700 million euros in the past 10 years being spent on anti-gender campaigns. In France, one day in Paris, we all woke up and we saw stickers on all the bikes in Paris that were anti-abortion. Those money was coming from those funds. And the worst thing is that, as I said, it's allowing tax exemption. So I think to answer the first question, money is a big issue. We need to talk about money. In Germany, recently, a very good example of potential successful policy has been to trace and analyze this kind of fundings that pass under the radar. You know that the far right, we know they have money. When you enter Le Pen's party in France, and I'm sure in all parties in Western Europe at least, you directly get a job. I enter tomorrow Le Pen's party, I get a job, especially if I am good at community organizing or tech. They have a plan, we don't. So what do we have? We have institutions, we have treaties, we have everyone in this room, and that's a lot of power, hopefully money. We have good allies, we're among friends, we're in a sanitized room, but we also have civil society. And civil society is incredibly important, it's massive. In France, we had the yellow vest, so trust me. Progressive political candidates, however, struggle to mobilize society because there's a big distrust towards institutions. It's been said, we're going to say it, but we need to work with civil society. And what is happening right now in France with the Union of the Left is also pushed by civil society. We are, and I'm part of that, we are putting a tremendous pressure on the three biggest parties in France for them not to fight. We tell them, okay, you fight later. Now just, unite. And I have the privilege of serving as I'm leading a political school, an Academy for Future Leaders, supporting people from civil society that embody and incarnate movements such as the Yellow Vest, the climate movement, the feminist wave. We had the chance to welcome you, Prime Minister Tsipras, to welcome President Hollande, to work with Barack Obama's team, to gather in this school all the forces, but around civil society. And I believe in this crucial role. But we are not the only one in France. In Europe only, we count on 30 political academies training people from civil society for them to enter power. There are some in Germany with Brand New Bundestag, there are in Italy with Ti Candido Fanta Politica. We're together. But we continue, if they continue, like if civil society continue to feel disrespected and left behind, they will continue to turn to the far right. And it's okay. Like, we spoke a lot about fear. There is fear. I am scared. I am very scared. The future does not look cool to me. When we talk about democracy, I hear a lot of data, numbers, policies. But what I want to hear is to know if my son will be able to go to school, or if I'm sick, I will be able to go to the hospital, or if I can walk safely in the street as a woman. And the far right, yeah, they know well about those fears. The only problem is that they answer to those fears with enemies, the elite, Europe, immigrants, Muslim people. 20 years ago, we had the International Socialist, l'Internationale. Now we have the International Far Right answering to those threats. And I spoke about money, their money. I want to speak about our money. In France, less than 1% of philanthropy is going to democracy and democratic movements. Until last year, in Western Europe, those organizations were funded by American foundations such as Open Society Foundation, Luminate, and now they're gone. But to be fair, I think it's a bit shocking that American philanthropy is funding European democracies or the European organizations for democracy. In Western Europe, if we count all the philanthropy and philanthropists funding democracy, it's about 20 million euros in total spent on us. 20 million euros. I was speaking about Pierre-Edouard Sterrin in France that put €1 billion for far-right organizations and non-profit. So if we don't have money to rely, we won't make it. We don't have business angels for democracy. We don't have Russian funding for a capacity building. We don't have Steve Bannon money for our media. So to conclude, and trying to answer the biggest question here, what can we do concretely? Support civil society to mobilize against them, work with them, and work with their movements. Track their fundings and stop their fundings, make it illegal. Train better new generation of politicians and civil servants. Support independent press, of course. But make sure that the people that feel that they are left behind have a seat at the table and not a small chair, a big seat. Thank you.
This has been a fascinating discussion, considering the earthquake of the European elections that we all lived through and the continuing aftershocks and tremors, I think, that still resonate from the elections. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I'm going to call upon each one of you to give 2 minutes of concluding remarks. I'd like to start with Mr. Schultz, who's still on the video link with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. What shall I add? Everything was said, not yet by everybody. So I agree with all speakers. I can't add an intelligent, grateful, meaningful thing to all this really very excellent analysis. So I want to underline only one thing. Civil society, that was said by the last speaker, plays a key role, and that it is successful to mobilize civil society was visible and tangible in Poland. Mm-hmm. The game changer was when Tusk achieved, together with all progressive forces, to mobilize 2 times several 100,000 people to go out into the streets and to show we are the majority, normally a silent majority, but in key moments to mobilize that silent majority to become vocal, outspoken, visible, and mindful. By showing we are committed to defend our values, and therefore you need mass mobilization. I think you, Ellie, in Italy, you achieved also already, but look to what happened in Poland. When it was visible that Kaczynski has no majority, that most of people are against this 19th century thinking and proposals, unable to solve the problems of the 21st century, then the mood in the country changed and people dared to argue against the retro policy of Kaczynski. If you are alone, you are lost. If you have the feeling, I'm a part of an overwhelming majority, you are strong. And therefore, I think mass mobilization via the civil society, beyond political party lines, this is key to fight them.
Thank you. So I ask for everyone's 2-minute summaries, additions.
Well, I think the discussion has clearly shown how complex the problem actually is. It has political, psychological, national, social and economic implications. But let me once again reiterate, maybe work out more concretely why I believe that social politics is one of the core issues. I mean, take the numbers which we have heard in the previous discussion. 50% of the Europeans say that they cannot make their living at the end of the month. 60 million of the Europeans live in regions with a lower per capita GNP than in 2000. Take the decline of the public services. Austria, which is of course one of the privileged countries of the European Union, to go to a hospital with a cancer, you need surgery, and they tell you come again in 6 months, or ask you to pay privately. And I think this is the experience of being powerless. This is the experience of not being taken as a worthy individual. And this is not only a matter of social politics, this is a matter of dignity, this is a matter of democracy, and as long as politics on the European level do not address these issues, we should not be too astonished that large sectors of the societies seek help or seek salvation by scapegoating parts and minorities of the society. Take the housing issue. If I'm not mistaken, in Greece, in the last 10 years, the house prices rose by 48%. In cities like Vienna, like Barcelona, like Athens, or like Madrid, young people have to spend more than 50% of their monthly income only to pay their rents. And that is powerlessness. This is negation of your rights as an individual. And this is the fertile ground on which demagogy of any kind can grow. And finally, yes, I absolutely agree that without civil society, there cannot be a political alternative. Unity can only grow out of diversity. We are, even if we coalesce, diverse amongst one another, but at certain moments we have to take choices. And the choice in France and elsewhere is either you want the hate of the far-right parties, the anti-workers agenda which they promote, or you want to open the gate for a social, ecological, and feminist transformation of our societies. This is the choice.
Thank you. Stefanos, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, thank you.
By way of conclusion, let me remind everyone of what Ursula von der Leyen said in one of the debates she had with the other nominees or the other candidates for the European Commission. She said that she has no problem having a dialogue with the reformers, meaning the extreme right-wing representatives, but just as long as people, such as Meloni mostly, would agree with those terms and conditions that touched on the rule of law and human rights. Can you possibly imagine someone who's extreme right and who would agree with anything that is pertinent to democracy? Would they agree and go along with anything that is pertinent to the rule of law and human rights? By definition, you see, far-right people and parties abolish those. And so if we want to tackle and confront right-wing parties, let's put an end, first and foremost, to hypocrisy. And secondly, let us create through our policies a sense of hope and prospects for the benefit of our society. Because right-wing parties are taking advantage of the absence of hope and prospects. Far-right parties are looking for messiahs, and they want to have people who will be in favor of either your death or my life. And it's not about the clout, and certainly decency and dignity has been dealt a blow. And when you have injured sentiments and a sense of pride that's been hurt, then extreme right parties are taking advantage of that. So our work is big It's a lot we need to do. Let us kick off with a joint effort to have unity in practice. Let's act together to have all the democratic forces on board together. I have to start with the left-wing parties. Sorry to say that, but by definition, the left parties have a duty, an owe to the people to do so much. We have the left-wing parties, we have to make sure there's one unified front. Let's all work together to deal with the threat that right-wing parties pose for humanity as a whole. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I want to basically underline everything what Alice has said, because it's one thing to have policies, and yes, we need to have good policies, and usually we always have the best policies, right? But that's not enough. We need to also have the campaign force in place. And we do see a lot of attacks which have nothing to do with policies. I mean, again, German campaign. As Greens, we've been viciously attacked by bots and trolls from Russia. They've been vilifying us. I mean, we're now the big villains, which is super. I mean, it would be fun if it wouldn't be so bad for the overall results and society. And we need to stop being naive about that and just think, oh, but if we campaign more and I don't know, we have better flyers and our candidates are even better, then it's going to solve itself. It's not. We have a clear and very strong counter campaign from the right, and I would agree, almost worldwide, and we need to do something about that. We need to act against that. I think it's pretty difficult. We just don't have the big money apparently lying around, but maybe we have the small money lying around that can be gathered together. And we are still more people, and we're not bots and trolls. So I do think there is a potential in that, and we absolutely need to use that. I mean, we're also, apart from, we have French elections, there's going to be elections also in 3 East German states in September. One of them is mine, and we face the possibility of not being able to have a government without the far right. You talked about unity of the left. We had the interesting situation now that the German left has split into what has been the left before. And now, I'm not sure how I would describe it politely in this company, but a left which is, let's say, right on the migration front. We thought, oh, interesting, maybe they're going to steal voters from the far right. They do, but very little. Actually, they steal much more voters from the left. And that's a big pity, because they could have been sort of helping us with the problem, but it doesn't work. They're rather reinforcing, so far at least, the far-right agenda. And I think that's showing again that just if you jump on the far-right's agenda, it's just going to be much bigger, as we have also seen from the conservatives. You're agreeing to them, you're giving them a point, and then everyone says, okay, there is really a problem, so why not go with the original? And I think that's a bit of a problem. You mentioned earlier, we have to acknowledge people's fears. And I totally agree with that. The problem is sometimes that it's fears that are not so easily solvable if you're planning to continue having your ideas of empathy and humanity and whatever. If someone says, okay, my big fear is immigrants, what are you going to do? I mean, it's impossible to close borders, even if we wanted to. So that's really difficult then to address. And so how do I acknowledge people's fears without being able, even if I wanted to, really stop immigration right now, which I don't want, obviously, but I do think that's a problem. And someone mentioned pandemic. I think, Alice, was it you as well? I think that's a big problem, something we often forget, including myself, because I don't know how you feel about it. For me, the pandemic was a challenging and interesting period in my life, okay, but for many young people, it was their youth. You know, it was the defining period of their life, and they felt left out. Schools got closed. They had, you know, had to stop hanging out with their friends. For them, their youth was ruined. And we're just, yeah, pandemic, that's already 5 years ago, you know, 2 years, whatever. So I do think it's been a core-changing moment for many young people, and that we need to acknowledge more. And maybe that's something we can more acknowledge and deal with it. And apart from that, I totally agree. We need to organize. We need to get the money together. We need to campaign, and we need to basically start getting our hands dirty in this campaign.
Thank you. Magnus?
Yes, I think we must remember the fragility of our systems, of the system that was created in this city 2,500 years ago, democracy. Yesterday, a Professor Satiris Roussos said that Western values are no longer universally accepted. But do we have something better to replace them? Would an autocratic world be a better world? Of course not. But just remember that democracy, it wasn't very long in place here in Athens when it was invented 2,500 years ago, just a few decades. Then autocracy took over. And it's just, if we think of human history as 24 hours, it's just the last, perhaps 1 minute or less than 1 minute that democracy has been in function. So it's a very fragile system. We must defend it with all our might. We must not forget that neither Hitler nor Mussolini gained a majority in democratic elections. They came into power with the help of the right-wing parties. We must also remember that democratic politicians must be seen as useful by the people. If not, the strong man will prevail. And as Stefano said earlier, that is the duty of the left in particular, because history has taught us that the right can't be trusted.
Alice?
I thought I was the last one to speak, so I prepared a very good punchline, but...
Okay, shall we move to Ellie?
No, it's good, it's good. No, I don't know, just in France we are preparing for the worst, but I remain hopeful. Democracy, like we're in the city of democracy, but it's still an ideal. As a woman, I have the right to vote for like 2 minutes on the scale of history. But we're going in the right direction. It's like 2 steps and to go, and then we got a backlash, and when we go back, and then we get a backlash. But I remain hopeful we're going into the right direction. Problem is that until recently, I was thinking that we still, in France, had time to work, prepare new narratives, mobilize people, be smart about it, unite against the far right. Problem is that we thought we had 3 years, we actually have 2 weeks. So this is happening now for us. I am mobilizing, we are launching new movements, we're launching schools, we're launching online platforms to learn how to counter the far right for the next years to come. And for this, we're gonna need you guys. We're gonna need great leadership, because there is great political leadership out there. And I think people like you, Mr. Tsipras, you, Signora Schlein, in Iceland, the leadership of the former prime minister was a true example to us. This kind of leadership will be very, very much needed, especially for us poor froggies, for what comes next.
Thank you. Ellie, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks. It was really, really interesting, but also painful what Ska and Alice have said, but terribly true. We have to organize better. They are doing their fight and they're winning also on the cultural level. It's true. On social media, there is no comparison in the investment that the right wing has done. So we need to organize on that level, knowing that it's difficult to be as effective when you spread a positive and good message and not hatred. So it's true, we have to organize, but we also have to change means and to change politics. They are building a media control. Let me just stress out what we're seeing in Italy, where not only they have always controlled private television since Berlusconi's times, but also the public television right now. And at the same time, they are doing censorship to intellectuals. But we have also seen the attempt of selling the second greatest press agency of Italy to a member of the parliament of the majority, something we have not seen even in Hungary. So you can understand that they are organizing and they are preparing to continue to stay in government. We have to build stronger bridges with civil society organization. I don't know in your countries, but here there was a fracture in Italy. So they don't trust politics anymore, and we are working hard. For example, in an hour, we'll be in the same rally in this square, together also with civil society organization, ARCI, ANPI, Anti-Fascist Organization, trade unions. So we have to build the alliance of the so-called enemies, because it's true, they are attacking the same enemies, the different, migrants, LGBTQI communities, climate activists, Europe. Yes, we have to, in a way, unite our fights. Otherwise, we will always lag behind. The right wing is very good at naming the fears, and in this way, relating with people and getting votes, but they don't give solutions. So at the same time, we have to be the ones who can bring concrete solutions to their everyday problems. They use the same rhetoric of hatred and exclusion and discrimination across all different countries, and it works because they strengthen each other. But we have to show their contradiction, because just to mention a couple of those contradictions, in the end, that same rhetoric of hatred would put them enemies at the opposite side of the walls that they want to build. Look at what Meloni did on migration. She was promising, when she got elected, she was promising to block the Mediterranean Sea with military ships, okay? Then, since she was in government, what she did is flying to Kaczynski in Poland, the ones who never want to be in solidarity with Italy in welcoming refugees, and she said, "You are right." So she was not really doing the national interest of Italy in asking solidarity to the other nationalists. So there's always somebody else who's more nationalist than you, if you're a nationalist. You know what I mean? So we have to insist on this contradiction. I just mentioned one more. We should insist for the Europe of common investment, but should stop the Europe of tax havens. Because if we speak about reducing inequalities, this is one fight where you can challenge the nationalists that are defending vetoes and the national sovereignty by also defending the one of those countries who are stealing important resources to their neighbors for health, for research, for the ecological conversion. So we also have to revert their rhetoric by showing their contradiction. And I want to add one last point. We saw this weekend the only woman leader of G7 deleting abortion from the final declaration of the G7. There is a big difference between female leadership and feminist leadership. It's useless to have a female prime minister if she does not defend the rights of all other women of the country and of the European Union. So we also have to be identitarian. That's my last point. Giorgia Meloni attacked me from Spain by saying that the left wants to cancel identity. It's not true. We have to, in a way, be proud of our identity and values, because whenever the progressive have been shy, and they have been shy on their values and their identity, the right wing has won, has gained more ground. So we never have to be shy, but we have to be very proud, also identitarian when we need it, and also to challenge them on their field and say, well, we are proud of our identity, but the right wing is canceling freedoms of people, starting from the freedoms of women and LGBTQI communities. So let's work together and organize better to stop them. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone for what has been a very illuminating discussion. It's clear we've only scratched the surface, so perhaps Mr. Tsipras, you'll invite us back to delve into this topic a little bit more in depth. Let me conclude, if I may. I can't resist adding one final observation, having come in from the US just last night. and anticipating a very important election in November in the US. Although the paths to ascendancy of the far right in Europe and the US have been different, to me, it seems that the ascendancy of the far right in Europe has come more from the ballot box, from the watering down a bit of their positions, and from the mainstreamization of a lot of their positions, for instance, on climate and migration. In the US, the rise of the right has come from rather unorthodox and revolutionary means, a la January 6th. However, this has not prevented the transatlantic networking and co-working together of the right, both in Europe and the US. And I would urge coalitions of the left in Europe not only to come together here, but to seek their partners in the US, no matter what the outcome of the election, and to strengthen the relationship and expand with their partners transatlantically. On that note, we'll take a short break until 8 o'clock when we will reconvene for the concluding panel. Thank you very much.
не ψήφισαν 153.
Ретки се генерациите кои имаат шанса да бидат запаметени од сите следни генерации. Тоа е моментот кога знаете дека треба да ја зграбчите со целата одговорност и да донесете одлука, историска одлука.
Η συμφωνία των Πρεσπών είναι ένα πολύ σημαντικό βήμα προς τα μπρος για τη σταθερότητα, την ασφάλεια, τη συνανάπτυξη στην περιοχή.
Für einen entscheidenden Schritt, von dem nicht nur Griechenland und Nordmazedonien profitieren werden, sondern von dem auch ganz Europa.
Η συμφωνία αυτή λοιπόν είναι και ιστορική και εθνικά ωφέλιμη, θα προσθέσω και έναν ακόμα όρο, και πατριωτική.
Κυρία Πρόεδρε της
Madam President of the Republic, Mr. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be with you tonight, and I'm even more happy to be able to participate in this osmosis that the Alexis Tsipras Institute is attempting to achieve, because as we shall see during the panel discussion, Europe is the factor that mainly shapes our lives and our everyday lives. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that we have realized that after the results of the election. Tonight, we're going to be listening to many interesting things from the Institute's guests. Let me tell you that François Hollande, former president of France, informed us this morning that he will be unable to attend. We all realize that in the run-up to the French elections, he's very busy, but still he found the time to address us in video conference. But the former president of Sweden and Prime Minister of Sweden, Stefan Löfven, is here with us. The former Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Mr. Zoran Zaev. We will connect with Lee Anderson, the leader of the Left Alliance, which made history in the elections. We will also listen to a message by Yolanda Diaz from Spain, who is the president of the governing alliance, and of course Alexis Tsipras, the president of the Institute, who will conclude the event. At this point, we can connect with President François Hollande. I don't know, can you hear us?
Hello, President Hollande. We all understand how difficult it is for you to be here today because of your obligations for your campaign, but we all want to wish you all the best in your battle, and thank you very much for your participation.
President Hollande, your presence here is of very high importance. There is a very critical period for the Fifth French Republic, given the role and the weight of France in Europe. The ongoing developments have an impact on all our lives. The floor is yours.
Madam President, my dear Alexis, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot be tonight with you tonight, and I'm very sorry for that. I really wanted to express my full support to the political initiative that Alexis Tsipras is starting and the debate about the future of Europe. The future of Europe also depends on the future of France, and that is why I'm not there with you today. The National Assembly has been dissolved. We will have elections in France in 2 weeks, as you probably know, and the victory of the extreme right, which seemed impossible just a few years ago, today is a probability. It may happen. So this will be my working hypothesis. If we were to go that way, and if the extreme right were to gain the majority in 2 weeks' time, then the whole of Europe would be suffering the effects of what the French people would suffer. There would be direct consequences. First of all, the European budget process would be blocked because the extreme right in France does not want to contribute as much as France contributes to the EU budget. And that would lead to a budgetary crisis for Europe, and of course a crisis for something that is a big priority for France, the CAP budget. The second effect would be felt on the Migration Pact, which has been approved by the European Council and the European Parliament in recent weeks. And despite some adjustments that are still required, this attempts to regulate the arrivals of migrants and for us to be able to welcome with dignity the asylum seekers. This has become a target for the French extreme right. They want to do away with the Migration and Asylum Pact as it has been agreed. A third consequence of a possible victory of the extreme right in France would be their deviation from the military assistance, the assistance to Ukraine, government headed by Madame Le Pen or her deputy, Mr. Bardella, is getting ready to withdraw its support to Ukraine. This would be the direct and immediate consequences of any victory of the extreme right, and they would, of course, create problems in Europe, but there would be further consequences. France would not be able to participate in any attempt for a Europe of defense, because now we are aware that we need to integrate our defense industries and to coordinate all these our efforts within the framework of NATO. But if France is governed by the extreme right, France will not be able to participate in the European defense industry as Europe would like. A second subsequent consequence would be the problems in the enlargement process. The extreme right would neither welcome Ukraine or Moldova or any other Balkan state in the European Union. So you see that this is my personal struggle at this point in time. Mrs. Le Pen is not Mrs. Meloni. It does not need an alliance. She may win even without a majority because of the electoral system. She may have the majority in parliament without a majority of votes. And she's not Mrs. Meloni also because she has a greater will to divide the European Union much more than Ms. Meloni possibly. Ms. Meloni needs the EU also for the migration issue, and also for her country to have access to important funds. But Ms. Le Pen wants to create a division, a difference with the European Union. The difficulties that are certainly going to emerge, she's going to present as coming from the EU. So if the extreme right wins, then we will have a coalition inside the Council. Some of you have been present in the Council, and other countries, over and above France, will find a way to block the process of European integration. Therefore, I am in France and not with you, because these are very important moments. The political time is important. We need to do our utmost to mobilize Europeans, all Europeans. What is happening currently in France is not a fascist wave, is not the result of only the extreme right. When the National Assembly is dissolved, then it is possible that the extreme right may come to power. Ms. Le Pen could gain a priority in Parliament. This is the first hypothesis, working hypothesis, that I wanted to tell you about. Secondly, the results in Europe also depend on the result of the US election. This is far away, but on the other hand, if Donald Trump wins the election in the US, then we will have once more a problem with the US participation in NATO, and we will also be faced with protectionism. That this is something that will affect both the European Union and the member states, since the member states will have to spend more on their defense, and their economies will suffer, since the global trade, international trade, will slow down. Moreover, Donald Trump will place different customs and trade obstacles between US and China, and this will create hurdles in the medium and long term. So we need to take all that very seriously and be prepared for it. I believe that sooner or later the United States will move away from Europe more than they did in the past. They are more interested in Asia. Although we have very good ties and friendly ties with the US, given the electoral cycles in the US, the American society will move away, because they go through the same turbulence that the European public opinion is going through. Moreover, we have suffered a credit crisis, economic crisis, financial crisis. Greece is very well aware of that. Health crisis, climate crisis currently, and therefore the question is democracy resilient enough in Europe? Is it able to withstand the blows from all these external factors? I'm not certain, because we see that traditional political parties have been weakened, have lost their power, as we saw from the election result. We have a wave of tensions in our societies, and at the same time we are being manipulated by outside factors. So I believe that the future of Europe depends on us. It depends on the French electorate, as is the case for the US. Their fate depends on the US electorate. We are all bound by a democratic pact, but the future of Europe depends also on the will of us, the leaders. Do we really wish to proceed with a European integration on the basis of these two factors, climate and defense? Greece and France have defense policies and are aware of what that means. We have been committed in this direction since a long time, but I'm not sure that this is true for the other EU countries. I hope that they have been convinced of the need for us to have an autonomous defense policy in Europe after the Russian aggression in view of the European integration. The other issue is climate. Do we really want to set more ambitious goals? Do we have the means to do that? All this depends on the financial resources or with on the possibility to contact loans, something that we have already done, or through taxation. But Europe needs the necessary resources in order to build its future. If not, then the future will be bleak. And finally, is Europe able to proceed in a really democratic renewal with truly democratic forces that will be able to promote this European ideal, to set objectives and to carry along the peoples, the citizens, so that societies can create their common future? Thank you for listening to me. Everything that's happening in France now is very serious. We have two working hypotheses. Either we will have the extreme right, or there will be no government in France without a parliamentary majority, and therefore there will be a period of instability. I'm not the one to regulate the result. The French people will decide in 2 weeks' time. Thank you for listening.
President Hollande, I would like to ask you if you are optimistic regarding the results of your coalition, and if you believe that there is a ground for Greece and other European countries to follow your example.
C'est une coalition qui a été bâtie dans une circonstance avec...
It was a coalition that did not have the time to prepare itself very well.
Plus affinées, les plus réfléchies. Mais elle est là. Elle a au moins ce mérite.
So it was a coalition that was created due to the dissolution, the dismantling of the parliament. We did not have the time to come up with specific programming statements in depth. It was not easy at all for me, who was the president of the French Republic with the socialists, to suffer the criticism of radical left and Mr. Mélenchon. And it is not easy for me to accept this coalition, but I did it because I assume my responsibilities. I believe that we all have to be responsible and accountable. My presence and the presence of socialists allows us to redefine and appease the French people regarding the safety of this choice compared to far right. What is happening in France, I do not know whether it can be copied and be transposed elsewhere in Europe, but due to the extraordinary circumstances, at some point we have to learn how to allow ourselves to go towards the same direction. We need broad alliances, very broad coalitions to face the far right.
We wish you the best of luck, President Hollande, and we thank you so much for your presence at this summit. Τώρα θα ήθελα να δώσω το λόγο.
Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Stefan Löfven, the President of the European Socialist Party, because the challenges, as we heard from President Hollande, are numerous. Quite often we say that we need more Europe. The question is, how will this be done? Mr. Löfven, the floor is to you.
Dear Alexis, dear Zoran, dear colleagues that are speaking here today, dear friends, all of you, it is a pleasure and an honor to be with you here tonight and discuss the future of Europe. A very important topic, and the timing, I think, could not be better. We are here today just 1 week, little more than 1 week after the European elections. And I must say first that as the president of the Party of European Socialists, I'm very, very proud to say that we ran a strong campaign with our common candidate, Nicolas Schmidt. It was a hard campaign, difficult circumstances, but Nicolas really showed how strong a campaigner he is, visiting some 18 countries, 40 cities, meeting with citizens, workers, activists, trade unionists. And connecting with citizens was particularly important this time as these elections came at a critical moment in our continent's history. The challenges are many: economic inequality, climate change, the rise of populism and far-right extremism, and growing armed conflicts in Europe, around the world, and actually at our very doorstep. In the face of all these adversities, we have a duty to envision a future for Europe that is fair, just, inclusive, democratic, that is secure and sustainable for all Europeans. So today, dear friends, I would like to highlight 3 key points which were at the heart of our campaign. First, the need for a social Europe with economic equality and social justice. Second, the need for a democratic Europe, able to defend itself against those who want to undermine it. And third, the need for a sustainable Europe, capable of tackling climate change and managing also a socially just transition. Beginning with the social Europe, our vision must be anchored in the principles of economic equality and social justice. The disparities between rich and the poor are growing, and too many of our fellow citizens are left behind. So we must fight for a Europe where economic growth benefits everyone, not just the privileged few. This means pushing for a fairer tax system, stronger social safety net, and policies that promote job creation and wage growth. We do this by presenting a roadmap for quality work and well-paid jobs and insisting on the full implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Ensuring also that large corporations, big polluters, and the ultra-rich pay their fair share. Also implementing a Made in Europe strategy with massive investments to better account for global competition. We do it by ensuring workers have the right to access upskilling, reskilling, but also a lifelong learning.
We do it by regulating AI and the use of algorithms in the workplace, enshrining the human in control principle in EU law. And we do it by standing up for gender equality, closing the gender pay gap, increasing women's employment, both in quantity and in quality, and by introducing safeguards for women of all ages against sexual harassment and exploitation. Shortly, we need to invest in people, and by doing so, we bolster the resilience of our economies. The second priority is democracy. In recent years, we have seen many attempts to undermine democracy here in Europe, but also around the world. Dangerous discourse event led to violent action during these European elections, with politicians such as the member of the European Parliament, Matthias Ecke, the former Berlin mayor, Franziska Giffey, and Slovakia's Prime Minister, Roberto Fico, being violently attacked. To counter this, we need to renew our commitment to democratic values and to democratic institutions. Transparency, accountability, and citizen participation must be at the very heart of our governance. And also being extremely vigilant in protecting the rule of law and fighting corruption wherever it arises. We need to reform Article 7, ensuring that the European Union can act more swiftly in cases of serious fundamental rights breaches, but also support the fully and timely implementation of the rule of law conditionality mechanism to make sure that we protect EU financial interests. Also protecting journalists, whistleblowers, civil society activists, and media freedom. Last but not least, fight against the normalization of far right and its discourse, as we pledged during the whole European election campaign. This is in Europe, but we also need to look outside Europe. We must prioritize international cooperation, peace and security, and all this involves strengthening our partnerships with global allies, supporting multilateral institutions, and promoting human rights and democratic values worldwide. For us, this means supporting Ukraine and Ukraine's resistance to the Russian invasion by political, financial, humanitarian, and military means. It also means calling for a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza and achieve an equitable two-state solutions between Israelis and Palestinians. It means revising and implementing a strategy for EU-China relations rooted in the three pillars of the current strategy: China as a partner, as a competitor, and as a rival. Promoting an ambitious UN reform in favor of transparency, accountability, and effectiveness. Building new partnerships of equals with the Global South, and as an example, we need a clear Africa-EU partnership. Implementing a progressive migration and asylum based on solidarity and shared responsibility. Also continuing to support the enlargement process, starting with the Western Balkans. And in this context, dear friends, I would like to pay tribute to the work of Alexis and Zoran in solving the name question North Macedonia, an achievement only possible because of dialogue and cooperation. Yeah. And also here, the European Union played a crucial role in that context, also with our High Representative, Federica Mogherini. And now it's very important that the EU continues to lead by example and be committed to a foreign policy that is rooted in diplomacy, conflict prevention, and sustainable development. In these turbulent times, when global challenges around the geopolitical landscape is volatile, Europe stands at a very crucial crossroads. Our history has taught us invaluable lessons of unity and cooperation. And the very essence of the European project is to transcend geopolitics. It is to be a driving force behind the strengthening of the rules-based international order, as well as multilateralism, and also a strong, strong promoter of peace and stability. It is to build bridges, not walls, through sustainable partnerships on a global scale. This, my dear friends, must be the EU's defining role in the world. Finally, the sustainable Europe. The climate crisis is arguably the most pressing issue of our time. In the last European mandate, we pushed for an EU Green Deal to ensure that we can meet our climate targets. But we cannot forget workers and citizens in this transition. For us, green and social transitions go hand in hand. Yes, transitioning to renewable energy, promoting sustainable agriculture, and investing in green technologies with the aim of achieving net zero carbon emission by 2050 is vital. But it is also crucial to ensure that this transition is just and equitable. Climate neutrality must be a force also for social progress, and that is why we call for a green social deal. We must support workers, communities affected by this shift, and ensure that they are not left behind. The most vulnerable cannot pay the highest price for climate emergency. Our objectives must be to maintain 2030 and 2050 targets and introduce a 90% greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2040, a new target. To introduce a permanent windfall tax on excess profits in the energy sector, invest in renewable energy and energy efficiency to be climate neutral by 2050, combat energy poverty and the burden of high energy prices, and guarantee supply for the most vulnerable, and reform also the energy market to guarantee price stability and affordability. So, dear friends, in conclusion, I am convinced that solidarity must be the link that binds all our actions. It is the key and fundamental element in the European project, and this may be the time when it is most needed since the founding of our union. The future of Europe depends on our ability to foster solidarity between member states. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the importance of a united response to global challenges. We must build on the spirit of cooperation and support policies that reduce disparities between regions, that promote cultural exchange and understanding, and we must stand firm on the principles of human rights and dignity. So we need a Europe that stands together, not apart. And it is this key aspect of the European project that we must safeguard as we ensure a better future for Europe and for all. Thank you so much for listening.
Από τα πολύ σημαντικά που μας είπε.
From all these important things that President Le Pen said, it is important that we have a peaceful, democratic and sustainable Europe if we just renew our values. I should now like to give the floor to Ms. Yolanda Diaz, who is the second Deputy Prime Minister of Spain.
Stefan, hola a todos y a todas. Quisiera agradecer al Instituto Alexis Tsipras y a la Fundación ZAEF por la organización de este encuentro, un necesario espacio de reflexión sobre el futuro del proyecto europeo, un futuro por el que no podemos perder nunca, nunca la esperanza. Me hubiera encantado estar en Atenas con todos y todas vosotras, pero mi agenda no me lo permite. Han pasado ya 6 años de la firma del Acuerdo de Prespa, un acuerdo histórico que blindó la amistad entre los pueblos de Grecia y Macedonia del Norte, un acuerdo que dejó atrás los maximalismos y acercó a 2 países en base al derecho internacional y la creencia de que el futuro puede ser mejor. Un ejemplo, en definitiva, de la mejor diplomacia tan necesaria en estos tiempos de desorden e incertidumbre. Tenemos mucho que aprender del Acuerdo de Prespa, de sus valores, de aquellos y aquellas que lo tejieron, si queremos construir una Europa que sea diferente. El acuerdo nos enseñó la importancia de dar pasos adelante por el bien común, siempre por pequeños y difíciles que estos sean, a pesar de las resistencias de los reaccionarios, de sus insultos y de sus difamaciones. El acuerdo nos enseñó que el avance reaccionario no es inevitable. Lo demostrasteis, queridos Alexis y Zoran, en el 18. Lo demostramos ahora en España con un gobierno de coalición progresista que ha probado que las cosas pueden ser de otra manera. La alianza entre la derecha y la extrema derecha en Europa, que conocéis muy bien en Grecia y la República de Macedonia del Norte, es una coalición negativa a escala global que se muestra incapaz de ofrecer respuestas a los grandes retos que enfrentamos como humanidad, como la emergencia climática y la reproducción de las desigualdades, y que oculta la descomposición paulatina de un proyecto neoliberal que ya no genera consensos u horizontes compartidos. Ahora, las fuerzas conservadoras y reaccionarias amenazan con una nueva alianza que haga tambalearse en buena medida los cimientos de libertad, igualdad y justicia social de nuestro continente. Como vimos, el 9 de junio hay una Europa que quiere avanzar y otra que quiere retroceder. Esta es la disyuntiva de fondo que afronta Europa en los próximos tiempos, donde nos jugamos su futuro. Frente a esa coalición negativa, las y los progresistas europeos debemos construir una alianza amplia y plural que le haga frente, una alianza que toma cuerpo en esta conferencia internacional sobre paz y desarrollo sostenible. El gran Teodor Kalifátides se interrogaba en Otra vida por vivir sobre el lugar que le correspondía a Grecia y a él mismo en un mundo tan incierto y cambiante. Creo sinceramente que la respuesta está en la construcción de esa alianza. Gracias, queridos Alexis y Zoran, compañeros y compañeras, por poner todo vuestro empeño para hacerlo posible.
Θα προσπαθήσω από εδώ. Εντάξει. Δεν πρέπει να
I think that we should not lose hope for the European value, and we will now listen to Lee Anderson, the phenomenon, according to The Guardian, who is a star of the European elections, the 37-year-old leader of the alliance in her country, got the greatest number of votes in her country. It would be very interesting for us to listen to her.
Everyone, my name is Lee Anderson. I am the chairperson of the Left Alliance, and I bring you my warmest greetings from Finland, a country where we in the latest European parliamentary election saw amazing and also historical results when my party, the modern Red-Green Left Alliance, reached a record result of 17.3%, and the far right did one of its worst election results in over 15 years. And around the Nordic countries, you can see a similar political trend. The far right doing poorly in the election, and the modern red-green leftist parties really emerging as new powerful political actors with a policy combining ambitious environmental and climate policy with traditional themes of the left. In the Nordic countries, we have also seen what kind of policies that the far right does when it gets into power. In Finland, we have seen heavy attacks and cuts in social security for many low-income earners, historic attacks against labor unions and workers' rights, and also a complete turnaround in terms of climate and environmental policy. And what voters have been telling me regarding the results in the European parliamentary election is that what they want and need in these challenging times that we all live in, with the ongoing war in Ukraine, the war in Gaza, and the big ecological crisis, the climate crisis, is a message of hope. Political parties, political movements that can bring back hope in the future for people and also present realistic political alternatives to the austerity policies, to the cynical policies of the far right. For us in the Nordics, it has also been important to show that the leftist movement is consequent in its defense of international law and human rights. We stand firmly in solidarity with Palestine, but also with Ukraine. What we need is, of course, to support Ukraine to defend itself against the war of aggression that Russia is waging. But on top of that, of course, we also need a diplomatic route, a route towards a lasting, but foremost of all, a just peace for Ukraine. With these words, I want to wish you all a very good and fruitful conference.
Would like to thank Lee Anderson for her intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to Zoran Zaev. I heard you yesterday, Mr. President, to mention the Prespa agreement, which was connected to North Macedonia's path to Europe. And it is very interesting to hear you tell us about today, Europe's situation picture today and how you imagine the future. Please take the floor.
Of Hellenic Republic, dear Mr. Matthew Nimitz, Mr. President of Party of European Socialists, President of my political association, dear brother Alexis Tsipras, dear leaders, dear participants, dear friends, on behalf of the organizers of the Conference for Peace and Sustainable Development, the Alexis Tsipras Institute, and the Zaev Foundation, One Society for All, I want you to thank accepting the invitation and for investing your significant contribution to this event. I am confident that your messages and voices have come across and will be recognized as important guidelines and recommendations in this time of great challenges for the democratic societies and communities. Just a few years ago, it would have been absurd to organize a conference in the 21st century that is both about peace and sustainable development, especially after the two major world wars in the last century, and after wars were in some parts of the world to defend democracy against the threats of autocratic and totalitarian regime. But in the face of what has happened in the oldest continent, with the Russian war on Ukraine, we simply have to accept that peace is not something that is given to us forever. Until yesterday, we celebrated Europe as a continent of peace, and today we face the threats of war in the east of our continent. Those threats have the potential to attack peace on the entire planet. Those threats are even more real if we see them from the perspective of the armed conflict in Israel and Palestine. If we consider ourselves advocates of freedom and democracy as part of the fundamental values of Europe, then it is our responsibility for the future of Europe to contribute to the defense of the European values, to contribute in providing peace, dialogue, cooperation, compromise, understanding each other. I'm confident that supporting Ukraine in the war against the aggressor Russia is a war of values. Everything that is necessary should be done, and all support should be given to the democratic forces of Ukraine in order to fully defend themselves against the aggressiveness of autocratic Russia. That defense, dear friends, that defense meaning that victory will also be our victory. On the contrary, the defeat in the war of values, which as such does not take place only on the territory of Ukraine, will be the defeat of freedom and democracy. Democratic societies today face the growing tendencies of extremist forces. Regardless of whatever they are, right-wing or left-wing, they are basically the expression of totalitarianism, anti-human matrix, which must be defeated politically. Therefore, the resistance to the totalitarian matrix and the unity of moderate and democratic forces against these tendencies are the driving engine of progressive societies. I want to emphasize that it's equally important not only for societies separately, but also for the preservation of international peace and stability. The solidarity and the collaboration of the societies and the representatives of the progressive forces in our societies are of great importance for the protection and affirmation of the values of democracy, human rights, social justice. This conference has exactly that goal: to unite, to contribute to building bridges and alliances among the various, among the moderates, and among the Democrats. I believe that all of us, the Democrats, the leftists, the Social Democrats, the Greens, the centrists, the progressives, we are all moderate and not radical politicians. If we find the pattern of unification, we became the vast majority. We are the vast majority compared to the radicals. And in that sense, I especially support the ideas and efforts for political cooperation and coalition of the European People's Party, the Party of European Socialists, and the Liberals, who together have almost a two-thirds majority in the European Parliament. Dear friends, the peoples of this region, on the Balkans, and especially those of the Western Balkans, live in a region that has not yet created a strong enough defense mechanism to protect itself from the influence of political forces with an emphasized nationalistic essence. Those political forces have no vision to look beyond the national borders, and most often they use nationalism to establish long-term control over societies that are used for the personal benefit of a few individuals. They don't care about the social support for citizens and the communities. My determination as a Prime Minister of North Macedonia was to overcome this situation. That is why one of my priorities, as well as the priority of my party and the government that I lead, was not to postpone, but to put on the table all open bilateral issues with the neighbors of North Macedonia. I called for a joint effort to overcome issues. I was calling the leaders to take all the responsibility and be an initiative and set an example for solving open issues. I was lucky, on the other side, in the case of our blocked relations with Greece, to have Alexis Tsipras during that period. He had the same idea, and our initiatives come together, and that's how we created the Prespa Agreement. Today, I can freely say that both Alexis and I are proud of this agreement of ours. We are proud We are honestly proud that we've united around a solution to a dispute that divides us, and we choose a solution that unites us. We have overcome the isolation and opened the borders for cooperation, not for tensions. We started from the values of the European Union to help each other as neighbors. Let's jointly care for comprehensive and sustainable bilateral relations and security. Let's achieve higher growth and development together. We facilitate trade, investment. In key moments on the energy crisis, we united in the realization of the largest energy connection of the two countries through the gas pipeline, through the oil pipeline, and in the participation of the gas terminal in Alexandropoli and variety of other projects. We've shown that isolation or self-isolation cannot bring benefits to our countries. That is why it is very important to fully respect and implement both the spirit, the essence, and the protocols provided by the Prespa agreements. With a few sentences, I want to send a message to the opponents of this agreement in both countries. Our societies and our peoples, Macedonian and Greek, are part of the common European system of values: peace, democracy, rule of law, freedom in all its forms, equality between nations, human dignity, and solidarity. The European family does not know about closing borders or building walls. Europe is an opponent of xenophobia. On the contrary, democracy reacts to problems and offers solutions. It is European to respect and fully implement the Prespa Agreement. The entire democratic world and all our mutual friends, partners and supporters have said that this agreement is the step with which our two countries have come out of the past and move towards the future. Therefore, I call on the leadership of the two countries, the current one of Greece and the new one of North Macedonia, to show responsibility towards their citizens and their country. I call them to respect what they say. If they say that the Prespa agreement is reality, and if they say that they will respect it, then they should really and immediately put in the practice. The Prespa agreement can be only respected with actions. Here we are, me and Alexis. We took the greatest responsibility for resolving the dispute and for creating the agreement. And we paid the political price for that. Now, respecting the agreement is really the easier part of the responsibility towards the peoples and the futures of our countries. Let's maintain the bridge and friendship between our countries. Let's step aside from provocations and abuse that can bring blockage. Good neighborly relations and regional cooperation should remain our common priority. From this perspective, the ultimate task of progressive forces is not to remain observers or regressive processes. Instead of being discouraged by these tendencies, they should encourage us twice as much to react in defense of what has already been achieved, which has proven to be good and encouraging for further progress. This conference has confirmed that and give us the right to remain devoted to our values. What is equally extremely important is that the European Union shows that the Union is vital and has the strength to accelerate the integration of the Western Balkans and its importance for the future of Europe. Thank you very much, dear friends, for your attention.
Να ευχαριστήσω πολύ τον πρώην Πρωθυπουργό της Βόρειας.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zoran Zaev, former Prime Minister of North Macedonia. We have listened, we have already listened to many important things in this Agora, thanks to its presidents, the Institute of the Institute and the Foundation have brought together many personalities to discuss their ideas, their thoughts, their considerations, issues that should be of concern to all of us and which regulate our everyday lives, even when we do not fully understand it. So I should like to thank you and ask the President, Mr. Alexis Tsipras, to come to the podium. Your Excellency, President of the Hellenic Republic, Ms. Akilaropoulou, Your Excellency, former President of the Hellenic Republic, my friend Prokopis, allow me to say, dear friends, I am very happy for this meeting. This is a meeting that we organized during these 2 days. I have seen people that I know, faces who I have met during a long journey, some of whom I have not seen for a long time, some of whom we have not parted well. But this is a story of our country, the history of a country, and we are all very happy to be here. I would like to thank all of you for being with us, to thank all those who have taken the floor during these 2 days for their active participation and their important interventions, not only the hundreds that were present, but the thousands who have attended via the the live streaming, digitally that is, because this has shown that they are seeking something beyond slogans and communication. They are seeking the essence of politics. Let me also warmly thank all the personalities, and more specifically those who are here with us tonight. Yolanda Diaz from Spain, Lee Anderson from Finland. A while ago we had the excellent presentation by Elaine Schlein from the Democratic Party of Italy. And should like to thank President Hollande and the President of the European Socialist Party, former President, Prime Minister of Sweden, and colleague Stefan Löfven for being with us, and his presentation, his speech. François Hollande has taken us by surprise with his decision to be a candidate in the coming elections in France in less than 2 weeks. This has kept him away from us, but he has sent us a message for unity and for all of us fighting together in view of the critical parliamentary elections in France facing the extreme right. We wish him great success wholeheartedly. And of course, a big thank you to my friend Zoran. He and I decided to organize this international conference together on the occasion of the 6th anniversary, that was yesterday, since the signing of the Prespa agreement in Prespes. Zoran and I have fought during difficult times for what we then believed, and we still believe, absolutely necessary at a time when everyone was telling us that this was not feasible, this was not possible. We wanted to promote peace by protecting at the same time our country's national interests, stability and co-development in this region. And we did not hesitate to actually perform what was necessary for our peoples, despite the political cost. Because in this day and age, it's not possible to have the luxury of postponing cooperation for peace and prosperity. And that is why this conference, 6 years after the signing, is specifically topical, is not an anniversary, nor is it just a gathering in order to theoretically discuss the big problems of our times under the mantle of fake neutrality. No, it is an important political event which is looking at the present and at the future. A difficult but necessary effort to process and promote progressive policies that will be accompanied by documented and practical proposals and solutions for the present and the future. So in this framework, let me say, after having listened to all these speakers, approximately 40 different speakers from all over Europe, the Balkans, Europe, from the United States, South America, I believe that it would be very useful not only for us to organize such a forum, but for a world forum of progressive forces. That would be very useful. Listen to me, we have reached a point whereby it is the extreme right which is communicating at a European and global level, despite their differences. They organize fora, they organize events, and the progressive forces are unable to communicate. This could be a first step because we are faced with huge global challenges. But during these 2 days, we have, I believe, seen important convergence and differences, proposals for the Balkans, for peace, and for the future of Europe. And allow me to sum up. As regards the Balkans, it has been confirmed at every level that the Prespa agreement is very important for peace, for growth, and for the co-development of this part of the world. And it has been confirmed that the only way towards not only the European future, but the future of North Macedonia itself is respect for this agreement. This is, I believe, a very clear message to the new state and political leadership of our neighboring country, what the violation of the agreement could mean. But this is not enough. The European Union needs to understand the importance of developments in the Western Balkans and to implement active policies towards the European path of this part of Europe, and to promote the impetus that we created with the agreement. We should not go back to the period before the Prespa agreement, where the accession process was freezing and there was a threat in favor of dangerous state and non-state factors. In a day and age when the world is being destabilized due to the Russian invasion in Ukraine, to the economic struggle with China and the war in Gaza, we should not allow the Balkans to become an unregulated area of competition among different powers, which has been shown in the past will lead to tragedies. We should not allow nationalism to grow even further in this part of the world, since we have seen where this has taken us with the problem with the war in Yugoslavia, and this is quite recent, just 20 years ago. The Prespa agreement is a model of overcoming difficulties, because it is a model of an agreement on the basis of international law, which aims at resolving long-term differences. It confirms the fact that it is possible to have a prospect vis-à-vis the nationalistic impasses, as long as there are governments and leaders who are willing to assume the responsibility and the political cost, as long as there are people who understand the importance of respect for the rule of law, the rights of minorities, and good neighborly relations for which benefit their countries. In this way, we can avoid unacceptable events such as those that happened during the municipal elections in Albania against the Greek minority, or during the elections in Kosovo against the Serbian minority, or the Serbian military attacks or armed attacks by Serbs in Kosovo. And the European Union should finally realize that if its promise, the promise it has given to the Western Balkans, is not credible, then they will lose credibility outside its border as an international power. And all the countries in the region should realize that peaceful resolution of differences is beneficial for the Balkans, that sacrifices are not ignored, but they create, that they bring about benefits. And secondly, as regards my summing up, the request for peace. During these 2 days, we realized that active bilateral and multilateral diplomacy, which aims at peacefully resolving differences, is now more necessary than ever, much even farther beyond the Balkans. And Europe should review its positions regarding the geopolitical map and its foreign policy and its security policy. The common demand for its strengthening its defense is logical. We pay more than 100 billion a year in armaments in Europe. And as the former Italian Prime Minister pointed out, Mr. Letta, the development of a technological and industrial basis will have many benefits. And this is correct, but we cannot talk about a common defense industry if we do not agree on common objectives and we do not provide an answer to the question which is going to be the geostrategic role of the EU now. Is the EU going to follow the strategic initiatives of the US and will be just a stand-by like Pontius Pilatus? Or is it going to be a power for peace and progress on the basis of the values of the Enlightenment and of the lessons of history? The transatlantic dialogue, the dialogue between the US and Europe in the framework, but outside the framework of NATO as well, should be sincere, should be able to recognize the points of convergence, but also the fields where our interests diverge. As regards the Palestinian and the Ukrainian issues, the European Union should act decisively, first and foremost because of obvious humanitarian reasons, but also because the continuation of these conflicts will be to the detriment of the future of Europe. The crisis, the cost of life crisis will deteriorate. Everything will have to be reconstructed in Ukraine, while anti-Semitism will become more, and insecurity will become a stronger phenomenon in our societies, and this will promote the far right that will create further problems. In Gaza, the European message for an immediate ceasefire should be crystal clear, and it should not be expressed only through statements and resolutions of the UN. We, all of us, fully condemn the terrorist attacks by Hamas. But this should not mean that we do not care, that we should give a blank check for a carte blanche for the killing of thousands of Palestinian civilians. And as long as the situation in Gaza is not settled, the global South and will continue to speak, very rightly so, about double standards. The European Union needs to actively participate in the ceasefire negotiation and to impose sanctions on Israel if the war does not stop. And finally, the European Council must set out a roadmap for a coordinated recognition of a Palestinian state by all member states. As regards Ukraine, our solidarity towards the people of Ukraine vis-à-vis the illegal and bloody invasion of Russia is very clear. The message towards any violation of the territorial integrity and of revisionism should be clear. Each country has the right to express this solidarity in a way that they decide within the framework of its values, but also of its geostrategic position. But from that point on, it is difficult to understand how the European Union will not participate as a mediator and a peacemaking power. Of course, the initiative in Switzerland was very positive, but we need to achieve a ceasefire that will give a European prospect to the Ukrainian people, but will stop Ukraine from joining NATO. And in the same strong manner, and even more effectively, we need to fight for a just and viable solution of the Cyprus issue on the basis of the UN Security Council resolutions. Today, exactly 50 years after the Turkish invasion in Cyprus, 50 years of illegal Turkish occupation, the European Union must assume a more active and more effective role of the negotiations, which were interrupted in Grand Montana in 2017 when we attempted to resolve this issue. The message should be very clear. Any difficult, adverse developments in Cyprus will not only affect the Greek-Turkish relations, but Euro-Turkish relations and the resolution of the Cyprus issue will be the only factor that will improve them. A third point as regards the economy and the climate crisis. Mr. Gentiloni, Paolo Gentiloni, the European Commissioner, as well as the Commission Vice President for Climate, Mr. Šefčovič, pointed out today that there are two most important instruments in our disposal: the fund which allows for the RRF, which allows for a joint European loan, and the green agenda. But we need to agree that despite these positive steps, the structural imbalance is still there and is deepening. It is incredible to think that the 10% most wealthy part of Europe holds 67% of European wealth. This is something that we cannot ignore. It is growth is necessary, and it is something that we wish for. There is no question about it. But this growth should concern everyone, not just the few. And that is why when this is what we mean by putting on our title the sustainable growth. We are discussing growth that will affect everybody. green transition is also necessary and goes without saying, but it has to be sustainable and fair without increasing the regional inequalities and to send the burden on those who are most vulnerable. Moreover, this country has lost a lot after the crisis. We have seen differences between countries, but there are also gaps, differences inside every country. And this is a big problem that we all need to deal with. And possibly one of the main reasons of shunning the politics and why the far right is gaining voters. My dear friends, comrades, let me say a few things. There is just one question after the European elections. We had the same question before that, but now it is obvious. Quo vadis? Where are we heading to? The question is clear. The answer is clear. There is more power on to the extreme right, and the progressive forces are being weakened, and there is a turn to the right. So we need to reflect. Why is Europe not interesting to its people? Why do the progressive forces are not interested to Europeans? And why is the far right gaining terrain among the poorest people, among those who used to be traditionally in favor of the progressive forces? Well, the first and obvious question is the subsequent crisis. We have gone through a number of crises since 2008, debt crisis, migration, pandemic, then the two wars, Ukraine and Gaza. In the meantime, the energy crisis, inflation, all of this in the wider framework of a climate crisis. As we are all aware, all these crises create insecurity and fear. Fear has always been a good ally for the conservative powers. But how difficult is it for us to agree that the perma-crisis era will lead to very limited expectations from the citizens, that will just expect that some crisis will be managed and not always very effectively. That is how we pave the way towards far-right populism. We should also agree that the fact that politics are going backward and the far right is gaining terrain is also because the progressive forces are unable to convince and to propose a plan. There are no visions and plans. It is the inability to distinguish between what the progressive forces are proposing for people to understand what will change in their lives if the right wing is elected and what will happen to them when the left wing is elected. We have reached the policy of averages, which is being set within the clearly defined framework of the EU policies. These policies are not visible anymore longer. The lack of any clear identity, political identity and ideological identity, alongside the insecurity which is the result of the crisis, has brought about different strong identities. So nationalism, religious fundamentalist, xenophobia become a point of reference and attract the popular masses that have been traditionally supporting the left. So the left in its wider sense should fight with self-assurance for the progressive policies and the promotion of public interest, to set their vision for politics, for policies, to fight for achieving what is the best and not just to provide alternatives. They should make it clear that their values are different from those of the right, and more importantly, to deal with the generalized feeling of insecurity and fear by redefining the meaning of security, of safety. We should not hand this over as a gift to the right and to the far right.
Neither can we ignore the major challenges that we will face in the near future. Generalization of the conflict in Ukraine and dominance of Putin forces, possibility of Trump's winning the elections in the US in November, and the possible, more than ever possible, victory of Le Pen in France. We need, all of us, we need to realize that such a possible sequence of events will jeopardize not just the core of the values of the European Union, but it will also jeopardize existentially the European Union itself. Vis-à-vis such a possibility or probability, we cannot pretend that we cannot see. We cannot pretend that we do not see. We have to take our measures, not to sleepwalk towards the cliff, the edge of the cliff, as it happened at the beginning of the 30s, during the mid-war. The progressive forces have to acknowledge the risk of the rise of the far right, and even more so, the risk of legalization and normalization of far-right rhetoric by the European conservative and media status quo, media establishment. To say it in a nutshell, the problem is not just that Meloni won in Italy. The problem is that today she might go hand in hand, if not embrace, with von der Leyen. This is the major problem. The centrist and right forces, vis-à-vis the risk of losing votes to their right, unfortunately, either they adopt the far-right rhetoric or they legalize with alliances and political agreements the far right. And this is even more preoccupying, I think, than the rise of the far right per se, the rise of the percentages. So the question is, vis-à-vis this development, how do we place ourselves, we, the progressive forces? Do we just watch and whistle indifferently by prioritizing our own differences? Or maybe we legalize that indirectly with our own participation in a broad alliance in order to share the crucial portfolios for the next years. My view here will be crystal clear. The progressive forces of Europe, socialists, left wing, the Greens, we have to put our differences aside. We have to put them aside and agree on a common framework of access for the governance of the EU for the next 5 years. And we have to establish and have a unified political group with in federalist terms in the next European Parliament. A single group, a unified group, which based on the figures that we had a week ago, based on the figures, it will be the most powerful group in the European Parliament. It will be the first power, with a major difference from the European Popular Party. And in negotiation with the EPP and the Liberals for the governance of the EU in the next 5 years, this progressive alliance, as a first power in the European Parliament, will be able to set its own conditions and secure a progressive president of the European Commission, and not Ms. von der Leyen. To ensure, and this is the most crucial thing, to ensure the exclusion of the far right from responsibility positions, and to have more influence in shaping the strategies for the governance of the Union in the next 5 years. We need a progressive power that will awaken European leadership that looks like it is sleepwalking right now, sleepwalking towards the edge of the cliff. And of course, we need a leadership that looks as if it is waiting for the next crisis to develop the institutions that we needed before the crisis. We need a power, a force that will be the protagonist in Europe and will fight, first of all, for creating a permanent European instrument based on common debt to support health, education, innovation, civil protection vis-à-vis disasters. Second, a force that will fight for the creation of a common fund to support against unemployment, which will which will support employment, which will mitigate the consequences of future crises by dividing and allocating the cost among the member states. We need a force, a progressive force, that will fight for increasing, first of all, the own funds, the own resources of the European Union by taxing effective wealth, super profit and oligopolies, and face tax evasion. The issue of taxation of the super rich, is today an issue on the global agenda. It is on the agenda of the G20, thanks to the presidency of Brazil and the efforts of President Lula. Fourth, we need a progressive European force that will fight for a powerful industrial policy, but not in order to benefit the already privileged areas of Europe, but in order to have a powerful funding tool for regional policy in view of facing regional inequalities, in order to have indeed what we call the just transition to the green agenda. We need such a force in order to promote the European strategy for autonomy that will contribute decisively to ensuring peace in Gaza, in Ukraine, and a just solution for the Cyprus issue, acknowledging that a Europe that identifies with the European priorities, even when these priorities are against its interests, is a Europe without a future. And sixth, we need such a force, a progressive force, to support a just and efficient migration policy that will be based on respecting international rights, legal corridors, and protection of the asylum seekers, and which will promote solidarity. We should not forget, solidarity is one of the founding values of the European Union, and we tend to forget it today. Finally, allow me to say a few words about Greece. I see there is a great wish to say a few words about Greece. Well, I will be brief. It will just be a few words. It's been some time that I haven't taken the floor, but I'm going to say everything today. I'm not going to say everything today, still, excuse me. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the result of the European elections is a turning point. First of all, the abstentions. The citizens turned their back to the political system. That's the truth. We have to see what's wrong. Clearly, it's not just politics in general, as some say quite often. I would say that what is to blame is a specific perception of politics that has prevailed, abolishing truth from the prevailing of propaganda, abolishing substance vis-à-vis communication, the conviction that other centers and not the institutional instruments of democracy make the crucial decisions. So the citizens feel thus, even among those who voted, who went to the ballots, they feel that this politics is not about them, it's not about their life. And for some of them, it is hostile. This is how they feel. But we need to face the truth. The responsibilities for this development is affecting us all, the whole political spectrum. And the responsibilities are decisive, the responsibilities of the right, the New Democracy government, but not only. However, this disregard for politics does not pertain to the whole of society. When the citizens distance themselves from politics, then the policy favoring the elite to the detriment of the people is benefiting. And the far right, the politics that disregards democracy and does not hesitate to undermine the institutions and humiliate even justice itself. We have seen all that. What I describe, this type of politics, is the politics that we have been witnessing in these last years in Greece. The progressive forces, however, under these conditions, should not remain inert, should not remain impassive or fight against each other and having civil wars amongst them. It is their task, their duty, I believe, to undertake initiatives vis-à-vis this reality, vis-à-vis the imposition of this type of politics. They have to undertake initiatives that would pave the way for the progressive forces to have a possibility for governing, a potential of governing again, coming to power. However, this does not pertain only to the progressive group. It pertains to the whole political spectrum or system, because in this way, our political system will have a political and parliamentary balance, equilibrium that will reinforce the rule of law. It will reinforce accountability and audit and control and the safety valves vis-à-vis an uncontrolled executive power. If this democratic balance is not restored, the risk to have the osmosis between the right and the far right parties is more than visible in Greece. And this is something that we see in Europe because it is extremely dangerous next to a right government to have a reinforcement as the second force, parties that are flirting with racism, homophobia, extreme nationalism, even fascism. This is what we have seen in the results. And at the same time, the progressive forces of this country remain fragmented and isolated in their silos, in their self-sufficiency. The reality, the way we have seen it last Sunday, the math of the elections and the pressing needs of the society, I think they impose on the political parties of the left and central left in Greece and in Europe to start talking with the plurale majestale and to learn addition and multiplication and to leave aside deduction and division, abstraction and division, excuse me, to start using the we and leave aside the I. They should put more weight on the together, the joint facing of the major problems of the society by giving a potential to a winning progressive alliance. This is what I believe, and I say it clearly. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the demand of the society and the demand of progressive citizens. And those who ignore that, sooner or later, they will be overcome by life and by developments and evolution itself. Dear friends, dear guests, comrades, all those who are here today, gathered, and those who are listening, I would like to conclude by saying that the objective of the effort that we are embarking upon today with our institute, with our own forces, with our own limited forces, is to contribute to this dialogue and to the convergence, which is a necessity, a prerequisite for any political convergence. Because, you know, society is not convinced with easy answers or communication tricks. Society wants a plan, a vision, a political analysis, a deep political analysis, and proposals that will respond to the real problems that the people face and which will give a prospect to the citizens' expectations. The society wants bold steps, but at the same time, stable steps. And this difficult content job is what we have the ambition to start today, by opening up the debate and enlarging the audience of this debate. In our country, in these last years, we have had an experience, especially during the financial crisis. We need to put forward everything that makes us proud and acknowledge at the same time the mistakes and the omissions. But over and above all, we need to work all together, all of us, everyone, each and every one of us, on what unites us. And what unites us are numerous. We have to leave our egos aside to work for a society of peace, freedom, and sustainable growth for all, by shaping, as our motto writes, by shaping together our common future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you.